Properties. Test 1 2. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't realize that this was not working. Hold on one moment. I do have to fix the in-game sound as well. Do I know how? I do not. Oh, does this work? No, not yet. Oh, actually, maybe. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It is working now. So, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Korean StarCraft League, week number 44. I do apologize for the delayed start. For some reason, the OBS was not picking up anything whatsoever. But we are back. We are back here with the Korean StarCraft League, and this is something a little bit different, a little bit special. Of course, the KSL. The Korean StarCraft League did occur earlier today, did occur around 5 or so hours ago. So these events are a couple of hours old. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cover it live. Now that we're here in Poland, in Bologna, again, unfortunately, we weren't able to cover it ourselves. We are instead covering it a couple of hours later. A big shout out to Chicken Man, a big shout out to Dave Tessa, the organizers, the hosts of this event, for providing replays so quickly. They do provide them so damn quickly right after the event does conclude. So a big shout out to them. If you want those replays yourself, exclamation mark KSL, exclamation mark KSL in the chat. Oh, we only have sound, no video. No, you have video. It's fine. It's fine. Exclamation mark cam. No. Person. Yeah. There you go. But yeah, these events are a couple of hours old, and if you want to support the KSL, exclamation mark KSL in the chat. You can get a link to the Patreon of the Korean StarCraft League as well, if you so wish. You can support the Korean scene. For those that are not aware, this event is fully funded by the community for the community. Thanks to the Patreon, thanks to the support that we do gain throughout the world, globally, from all the fans out there. And for those that are curious as well, it's like, hold up, it's been a while since the last KSL. What's been going on? Well, support on the Patreon has waned a little bit. It has waned a little bit. Because of that, the KSL is no longer a weekly tournament. It used to be a weekly. Every single week we'd be here with the KSL. Now it is a bi-weekly. Every 2 weeks we are live with the Korean StarCraft League. I mean, we still host it. We still have it, which is great, which is beautiful. But again, it's every 2 weeks instead. If you so wish, you can support the Patreon, you can support the KSL, and with enough support, this event can become a weekly once more. Again, only if you're interested, only if you do want to, if you have the sufficient funds to do so. Don't by any means feel like you need to. Again, even just watching the KSL live or on YouTube via VODs is support enough. If you want to go that extra step, you can do so via Patreon. I was sure lied. Oh, never mind. But again, I do apologize for not having the sound going, and hopefully the desktop sounds are good as well. We'll figure it out. We'll see. Otherwise, we're ready to dive on in. Again, we're going to be jumping into the quarterfinals. There are bracket commands in the chat, exclamation mark B, but be warned, the bracket commands do contain spoilers. Again, this tournament is a couple of hours old. It's like 5 or so hours old. So there are spoilers, so be warned. Avoid the links if you want to avoid them, or if you don't want to be spoiled. Otherwise, we're jumping on in to our first quarterfinals match. It's going to be Bjorn versus Classic in a TVP. Let's go. Let us go as up. There we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Let's go. Let us go. Our TVP is upon us here, and already we're not even in the semis, by the way, but we're in the quarterfinals, and we have two Titans clashing here. Classic, one of the best Protoss in all of South Korea. We have Bjorn as well, just now coming back from IM Katowice. For those that were here earlier this week when we were covering the ESL Open Cups, you would have noticed that the Koreans were missing. Most of them were missing because most of them were still traveling back home from Poland, from Katowice. So players like Bjorn, players like Dark, Hero, Kior, they missed out. Oliveira actually, he came back early. But most of the Koreans, they missed out on ESL Open Cups this week because it was still in the midst of traveling, because IM finished on Sunday, and of course the events were on Monday, so they were still in the air as we were casting. But now they're back. They're back home, ready to rumble, ready to play, ready to compete, ready to perform. Let's go. So great to be back. Of course, Classic wasn't traveling. That's the downside here. The qualifiers for IEM Katowice were brutal, and Classic failed to qualify for IEM. As a result, Classic was partaking in those ESL Open Cups, and he has been, training back at home, practicing, keeping himself up to date, and we'll see how he can perform. Doesn't have any jet lag to deal with, thankfully. Bjorn, on the other hand, is still adapting, I'm sure, or maybe has already adapted. It's been a couple of days. Since he has returned. And we have our opener. It's going to be a double gas opener here at a Bjorn going for a Rax into Factory. It's going to be delayed CC from Bjorn, focusing or prioritizing that Factory before the CC. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Classic going for a Gate Expand into the Cybercore. Let's go. So we do have a more aggressive opener here out of Bjorn. We have seen Cyclones become a really big part of the early game of TVP as of late. I mean, TVT as well. And as a result, we have our first Cyclone in production. Cyclone drop play has been quite popular in this matchup as well. It can do a surprising amount of damage here in the middle line. Speaking of, one probe already does go down. Yeah, one worker kill. The Reaper does fall, but did we scout the tech? That is the real question. I doubt it. Looking at the vision here of Bjorn, he did not see the Stargate. Classic has been doing this recently. We casted Classic over the weekend. I think we casted Classic against Oliveira, if I recall correctly, on Monday. And Classic has been becoming more and more fun. Sorry, it was we casted Classic versus Nicaract. And the same thing, he threw down his tech here at the natural, not in the main base. It's become a little bit trendy here for Classic, and so far it has worked out. So far, he has kept it hidden. Meanwhile, Cyclone does get here across the map, does shut down that Adept. Adept will fall. Good pickoff. Likewise, Classic doesn't see much. He did confirm the opener earlier with his probe scouts, but is unaware of the follow-up. We can see it's going to be a 1-1-1. We spoke about a Cyclone drop earlier. That is true. We do have a Cyclone. We do have a Medevac, but that is a very early tank. An insanely early tank here from Bjorn. We're going for a tank drop. We are moving out before sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic opening up Stargate, going to Phoenixes, setting up for Phoenix Colossus. Now, with this robo, we can make safety immortals. We have 2 shield batteries already ready. We have an overcharge setup as well. Very defensive setup here by Classic. Despite not really seeing too much, he saw the Cyclones, saw these 2 production buildings, but not much else. Regardless, he is set up defensively. Meanwhile, our tank drop is moving out. Classic should be prepared for this. Again, once the robo finishes, we should be seeing an immortal. Phoenixes, they get across the map. They bypass the army. Ooh, and Bjorn does turn back around. Does turn around for a moment, and he will respond with a Cyclone. 2 SCVs do get picked off. But Bjorn, he is not slowing down. Was just waiting for a second tank. And I don't see an immortal, I see an observer. Ooh, risky move here at a Classic. He had the option to play it safe, but no, he takes a risk, goes observer first. That means the immortal isn't ready. Uh-oh, the immortal, it's not ready. Here we go, immortal now on the way after the observer, and the tanks, they have arrived. And without an immortal, I'm worried. I'm worried here for Classic. 1 tank is gonna be going down, 1 tank for 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers do fall, shield batteries are exposed. Reinforcements have arrived. We do focus on one of the shield batteries. We get one. We're gonna get the other. Again, the immortal just now popping out, but will it arrive in time? It will. Just before it gets depowered, but it's not gonna be enough. We have too much DPS, too much of an army. And it looks like Bjorn, with this 2 base push, has done it. GG gets called. Bjorn takes game number 1. GG. Again, I had assumed that Classic had read this and had like snuffed this out, or sniffed this out, when he threw down both shield batteries. That was a really big response. For Classic to throw down two shield batteries at his natural base, I'd assume that maybe he was familiar with Beyond's build, maybe he was familiar with his playstyle on Alcyone, and was setting up defensively. He kind of was, but again, he did delay his Immortal there. He was not aware of the push that was coming out. If you remember, the goal of those Phoenixes was to scout, was to get eyes on the move out, but he missed it. He went for the mineral line, he saw a Cyclone, he did not see the double tank drop, he didn't see the early game tank production, so very limited vision there out of Classic. As a result, he wasn't ready with that first Immortal. Immortals, they do so much DPS to tanks. It would have been a much cleaner defense if he had had it in time, focused down the tanks, and then we would have seen a hold. 100% we would have seen a hold from there. Unfortunately, was not aware of what Beyond was bringing to the table, what was coming across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, game 1 is in the books, and we're diving into game number 2. Let's go. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hello, alive in the wired. Hello. Not first, which is not always a bad thing. Thank you for not coming first, alive in the wired. Also, welcome, drifting Silumgar. There we go. I had to read that for a moment. I wanted to say Slim. Silumgar, Soundo, Dali. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Oh, right. I shouted you out earlier, but I think I was muted. A big shout to Dali for the 69-month sub. Nice. Thank you so much, Dali, for the sub. 69 months. That's a lot of months. That's so long. We always appreciate the support. Thank you. Long-time supporter. Not quite an OG CranKy Duckling, but a CranKy Duckling nonetheless. ¿Cómo estás? As we are getting into game number 2 and spawning. In the top left-hand corner, we have our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Let's go. Again, we couldn't really sink our teeth into game 1. Game 1 was basically Beyond going for a very early tank drop, going for a double tank drop in the early game. He had a third CC on the way behind it, by the way, and it just got unscouted. It just didn't get scouted. Classic didn't know what was happening. Classic was caught with his pants down. GG. You know, it was over then and there. We'll see how things differ here in game number 2, as Beyond once again is opening up double gas. Double gas opener, so just like the last game, faster factory. Faster factory is going to be on the way. This doesn't mean it has to be a fast tank again, but it could be. That's the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of flexibility you can have with a double gas opener. You can go into a factory, into a starport, into a one base all in, which is not unheard of on Oceanborn. We have seen Gumiho whip out one base all ins in the past. This could just be a racks into factory into expand, could lead into a cyclone drop, could lead into a tank drop, as we saw, could lead into a Widowmine drop. There is a lot available here for Beyond. We could even commit into Widowmines, go up to like 4 Widowmines with an armory and force detection out of your opponents. We'll see what Beyond does decide to whip out here in game 2. Meanwhile, across the map, gate expand from Classic, and this time he is not hiding his tech. This time he doesn't throw down his Stargate here at the Natural. It's going to be in the main base, and it is in fact going to be the Stargate. So looking to be another Phoenix opener, not Blink, and unlikely to be Oracles. If we were casting Hero, I would say, no, yeah, most likely an Oracle opener. Hero is quite fond of it, but outside of Hero, it's typically a Phoenix. Here we go, we have our first Cyclone on the way, CC on the low ground. Reaper trying to get some scout information, does dip in, does get eyes on the Stargate. So Beyond is now aware of the tech. He's aware of what Classic is working with. And there it is, Phoenix is in production. Again, technically this could be an Oracle opener, but it's very out of favor. It's very out of meta. Not really seen too often. So Beyond can make some assumptions here. Behind this, getting into his starport. Once again, we do have a Cyclone straight into the tech lab. This can lead into early game tank production. We could go for an add-on swap. Banshee openers, both Beyond and Maru have been playing around with Banshee-based openers. It was very common, very popular back in December but there is no add-on swap, and we are actually going for a Liberator and a second Cyclone despite the Tech Lab. Very interesting. Okay, so fun fact, if a hallucination came in, or if the Phoenix sees this, this looks just like game one. Unironic, this looks just like game one when it comes to the add-on setup, when it comes to the production. So very interesting choice here by Bjorn. Second Cyclone is on the way. From this second Cyclone, we should then be getting into tanks, I imagine? No. Okay. The mind games are real. Very interesting. For those that are curious as to why I'm so perplexed or why I'm so intrigued by this, you don't need a tech lab. You don't need a tech lab to make Cyclones not anymore. Which is why scouting this would make you believe it was tanks. And there we go. Phoenix comes in and we see the tech lab. And we do have Immortals on the way. Fun fact, this time Immortal first. Remember, last game what killed Classic, or part of what killed Classic, is the fact that he went Observer first. This time Immortal first. It means he has that much less scouting information, but he's that much safer back at home, setting up for a third base. Transitioning into Phoenix Colossus, second Immortal is on the way. Very safe play here at a Classic. And Bjorn is going for a third CC. I love this. I love this out of Bjorn. Again, he's basically faking out the same aggression that he had the previous game, going for a very greedy follow-up. This is a very fast 3rd CC for a TVP. Moves out with his Cyclones. He's going to be poking in. But he shouldn't be committing. Or can he, though? Good force field out of Classic. Does focus out one of those Cyclones. Behind this, Liberator does get into the main base again. Bjorn, his army was just designed to distract, and he does. 6 workers go down. Well worth a Liberator. Again, a good move here out of Bjorn. He had no intention of breaking the 3rd base. He just wanted to distract the army. And Classic is going for a counterattack. And he has to. He just lost 6 workers. He's fully behind in the economy. Does have a 3rd on the way, but so does Bjorn. Bjorn's is already done. Classic is pushing. Behind this bunker, not quite finished. Bunker is going to be cancelled. Bjorn, he does try to pounce on this army. Good force field. Very nice force field here on the Ram Marines. They are cut off, but the tank does siege. The tank does siege in time. Classic going to be able to barely back off here. Clutch target firing out of Classic does focus on the Cyclones and backs the hell off. Did take a little bit of hull damage, but didn't lose anything too major. Lost his sentry. Really, that was it. Will retreat. His 3rd base is getting up and running. We're getting into Colossus production, and behind this, Bjorn is getting into his own 3rd base saturation as well. Before that does occur, we do manage to get into the mineral line. Oh, no anti-air. 3, 4 SV is going to be going down. Good damage done here by Classic. Very necessary damage as well to make sure he doesn't fall behind economically. Considering he didn't really invest too hard into these Phoenixes, he's doing well. He's doing well with them. Is doing well. Only 3. Gets full eyes on the production. Does confirm the 5-rack setup. Very standard here on 3 bases. Or even standard on 2 bases even. As Phoenixes will back off. Or try to at least. And the game will settle from here. And oh, this is a bold move. This is a build that Classic and Hero have been playing around with. We've been seeing this more from Classic though in this matchup. We saw it a couple of weeks ago, not at IEM of course, but a couple of weeks ago. Was it in ESL Open Cup? I think so. But Classic has been quite fond of rushing into Skytoss. Fleet Beacon, a second Stargate on the way. This is very greedy here at a Classic. As he's going to be left quite vulnerable. He only has 2 Colossi, only has a handful of gateway units here on the low ground to support them. If Bjorn were to move out, then Classic will be in trouble. But has Classic gotten eyes on the 4th CC? The answer is no, I believe. Yeah, he hasn't seen the 4th base. But basically what's happening here is that Bjorn, he's working on the next step. He's working on his 4th, working on a later game. Which means, yes, Bjorn is harassing, but he's not pushing. He's not pushing, he's not committing. Classic should get away with this. We can see him moving out with a small force here on the left. Going for harassing damage, does scan, does get eyes on both Colossi. That is a bit of a tell. There should be a 3rd Colossus. just now coming out. But we should have already gotten there by now. 4th base on the way. That 3rd Colossus was delayed. And Beyond is going for the 4th base, at the same time going for a double drop into the natural. Does go in, very little to defend. Classic will defend his 4th, does get a kill on the tank. And this drop is going to be deflected as well. Oh, no without losses as we get 12 work kills, 13. Oh my god, 13 probes do go down. We do chase down one of those medevacs, but Classic will hold. And the carriers, they have arrived. The carriers have arrived. Now, it's still going to take some time here. 2 carriers isn't amazing. We still have to hit critical mass. We're ideally looking at 4, maybe even 6 carriers. Speaking of, 3rd and 4th carrier in production as we speak. But essentially, Classic is relinquishing map control. He has no presence on the map. He's stuck at home, stuck defending, which means Beyond can be greedy. We do have the 4th base on the way. We could work on a 5th. We're taking up into Ghost production. 2nd starport. Vikings going to be on the way. We're just getting ahead of time. Carriers are going to be revealed. Carriers are revealed. Mine shots go off. Oof. Bit of friendly fire, but they do take down a lot of those interceptors. Cloak is activated. Do we have a scan? We do! We dive on the carriers and we can focus them down. The Marines, they're a little bit too much here. They focus down both carriers. No shot. They get 1. And they barely get the 2nd as well. The Hero Marines, there were only 8 of them. And they still broke through. They almost get the Robo as well. And Classic will defend, but these were expensive losses. Again, he refused to rotate over with the rest of his army. No Colossus to support. 2 carriers go down. And Beyond, he can rebuild his Marines quite easily. Classic, those carriers were expensive. And now he's pushing. He has to. But Beyond, he's already rebuilding his army. He's up in army supply. Up in economy. He's got 85 SCVs plus mules. Again, he was so greedy, recognizing that Classic was being defensive, was being passive. Classic backs off, a wise move. I feel like he would have lost everything if he had attacked. And I feel like Classic is just stuck at home. I think he's just going to be perpetually stuck at home until he maxes out. The question becomes, can Classic survive? Can he survive until he does max out? Because Beyond, he's going to get there first. And the scary thing about this army here is that Beyond now has his 2nd starport. Now he's got double starport production, making 4 Vikings at a time. +1 ship weapons on the way. +3 attack. On top of that, he has EMPs with the Ghost. Like, he has so much DPS. So much firepower, and Classic, he is in trouble. What do we have here to defend? We have 1 shield battery, 1 overcharge. EMPs do connect with the ground army. And with the mothership. Just looking for a way in. Does connect with the EMPs once again. Yeah, just waiting out that cloak. Classic trying to push in, does throw down the slow zone. Mine shot's going to be going off. Classic, he's gaining ground. Does push forward. The Vikings, they have arrived. Mothership does back off, and Classic is able to take a decent fight here. Again, he was able to buy time with the cloak, buy time with the slow zone. And now he has a decent army. He's up to 4 carriers, soon to be 5, soon to be 6. Oh, we are supply blocked. How many Colossus do we have? 3 Colossus. God, we're building up so many Vikings. After that, we can get into Liberator production. How many Vikings do we have? 10. 10 Vikings. We have 2 CCs on the way. A Dune drop on the right-hand side. I love the idea of Dune drops just because this army is very immobile. We can, of course, recall. We have 2 recalls, technically. But without recall, Classic is going to have a hard time keeping up. Here we go, the Doom Bro comes in. Dive into that natural base. Robo going to be going down. Snipe the Robo, we get on top of the Nexus. Carriers are responding at the same time on the left-hand side. Try to push in decent EMPs. There's just too much Protoss. That's going to be a kill on the base. We can't kill the carriers, unfortunately. Limited anti-air. The Marauders can't do much to the carriers. Meanwhile, Beyond's main army does get pushed back, but he did kill a base. He killed the base and, of course, the Robo as well. Still doing what he can with these Marauders, getting more probe kills. 19 workers go down. The economy of Classic in shambles, and this is a little bit scary because as he loses interceptors, he doesn't have a bank to rebuild. Not anymore. There is no bank. Classic making 4 probes at a time, is expanding towards the left-hand side. So far, I believe not scattered by Bjorn. Doesn't see. But how many Vikings now? We had 10, now we're up to 14, soon to be 18. More Vikings on the way. Liberator production has commenced. A 3rd starport in production. Again, Beyond, he is transitioning into Sky Terran. And I worry for Classic, we need more to support here. Storm is done. Ooh, a bit of a misclick there. Classic does waste his recall. Uh-oh. It's a little bit concerning. Nova goes off, takes down a Ghost. I think he wanted to maybe slow zone. I'm not too sure, but here we go. We're diving in. We're forcing ourselves up the ramp. 1 carrier goes down. Again, the Vikings are just going ham here. They take down the Colossus. There's 2 Colossi left. 6 carriers. Mothership going to be rotating around. There is no forest of missile turrets. Storm will zone back those Vikings. And the base is going to fall. It looks like we have 1 Storm left. And I believe that was the final Storm. Uh-oh. And now we can push in. Good kiting here with the Vikings. We're down to 3 carriers. We're down to 3 carriers. The Mothership went down. Still no more Storms. Beyond. As he remaxes, he is pushing forward. Meanwhile, another base has been found. And Beyond getting knocked down to 4 CCs. Against the 4 Nexus of his opponent, the Liberators have arrived. Liberation is here. We have the freedom. Oh my god, they annihilate those Stalkers. Every Stalker goes down. The Colossus goes down. The Vikings, they just rain down here on the carriers and everything falls. The Sky Toss, the Colossus. Again, Viking Lib is kind of what you want here against the late game Protoss army. The Ghost, the EMPs, they played their part. And Beyond takes a massive supply lead. And to be fair, a lot of that was because we ran out of Storms. We just ran out of Storms, which means we could not stop Beyond from pouncing on the army. And without those extra Storms, we can push in. Oh, the High Templar, no! Get out of here. They're gonna be chased down. And now, what does Classic have left? He has a Gateway army, he has a couple of Disruptors. Nova's gonna be going off. Good target firing on the Liberators. Ooh. But the Novas will not connect. GG gets caught. Beyond, he lands the Vikings, he cleans it up, and he will take the series 2-0. GG, well played. Again, really patient play out of Bjorn. I feel, oh, wait, hold on. There we go. GG, well played. Really patient play out of Bjorn. Honestly, it was a really scary moment when we saw Classic rotate around. I don't know if you remember, I should have emphasized it a little bit more, but Bjorn, he was setting up a field of missile turrets at that forward base, on the left-hand side, at that, I believe it was his 5th base? Yeah, his 5th base. He had a field of missile turrets. once Classic saw that, he avoided it. He rotated around, he went to the 4th base and the 6th base as well. He was able to fight out of range of those turrets, and he was doing quite well for himself. He was doing a great job zoning away the army with those storms, but he only had 4 High Templar. Only 4 High Templar, and I believe 2 of them got EMP'd, so he had very limited storms available. And once they ran out, they were doing a great job zoning away the army, but once they ran out, then Beyond just pounced. He just dove on in, he was able to focus down and pick apart the army, unit after unit, and there was nothing to really slow Beyond down after that. You could definitely argue that Classic maybe did overstay his welcome. After he killed the Planetary, at that moment he probably should have backed off, unless he had more storms, then he could stick around, but yeah, from there he probably needed to retreat, as he had nothing to, again, to stop or to slow down Beyond. GG. GG, well played. Beyond does take the series here 2-0. We'll advance on to the semifinals, and we have another quarterfinals match ahead of us. We have a TVT here between Cure and Oliveira. Let's go. Again, Cure recently returning from his travels at IEM in Poland. Oliveira likewise, but for those who weren't here during the ESL Open Cups, Oliveira actually did come back a day early. He came back home a day early, as he was not a part of the playoffs. He was not a part of the final day of StarCraft at IEM. So instead of sticking around, a lot of players did stick around, but Oliveira, he was like, screw it, I'm just coming home. So he came home early. That's why he was a part of the ESL Open Cups as well. So Oliveira just back on that grind, not slowing down. Protoss walked into 8 libs and just melted. I mean, that did happen, but I mean, he was already dying. Like that was at that point he was already losing quite a little momentum there. But yes, the freedom did arrive. Freedom did arrive. It was too much back. Too much freedom. Aye. Approaching 6 years. Let's go. 6 years of CranKy Ducklings. We're almost there. We are almost there. But here we go. We're jumping into our next series, into our next TVT, into our next quarterfinals match to determine who advances on to the semifinals. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Terran player representing Team Liquid. It's the Red Terran. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. Technically still our current reigning world champion. I think we were discussing that. Oh, hello, Mr. SCV. Hello, Mr. Second SCV. As we are popping things off in this TVT in game 1 with a proxy 2-rax. Let's go. Cure, of course, no fear. Very common, especially amongst the Korean Terran players, to sprinkle in a proxy at some point in a TVT. And the 2-raxes are upon us. I was just about to get into, what's that saying? Oh yeah, technically, Oliveira is going to be the longest reigning world champion in StarCraft history, if I'm not mistaken. Just because, for those that are unaware, IEM Katowice this year, the most recent IEM Katowice, was not the world championship. The StarCraft 2 world championship has switched from IEM Katowice to Gamers 8, to the event in Saudi Arabia. In July, like in a couple of months or halfway through the year. So technically, Oliveira is still the reigning world champion, has still not been dethroned, and it won't be until later on in a couple of months where we will have our world championship. So technically, yeah, because of that, Oliveira will have the longest reign. There you go. Meanwhile, I assumed that this was going to be a proxy 2-rax Reaper, but no, my apologies, we are going proxy Marauder. Let's go. Tech labs are on the way, concussive shell being researched, and marauders are upon us. Now we're going to be building them up. We're going to be massing a handful of marauders before going in, before revealing ourselves. Meanwhile, Oliveira, no SCV scout. No SCV scout, just now moving out with his Reaper. No, never mind. Going to be scouting these third base locations first and not moving out. So he has no idea that there's a proxy. Again, it's very common in TVT to keep your first Reaper back at home, because if your opponent opened up reactored Reaper, then you may lose your first Reaper and you may lose the game. Like, things are very much on a knife's edge in the early game. It was a little bit risky of Oliveira not to go for an SCV scout, also becoming more common in TVT. And here comes Cure. CC, not done. It's going to be delayed. SCV is focused down, and we're going for the CC. Okay, boys are being pulled. We do focus on the Reaper. Reaper does fall. Marine taking a lot of hits as well. Reactor is on the way. GG gets called. There's nothing else here, only a single Marine. And just like that, Cure takes game number 1. GG. Oliveira just unfortunately not scouting with his SCV, not being aware of what of course was happening across the map, and unfortunately as well, he was going for a reactor. He was going for a reactor on that Rax, and he had already lost that first Reaper, so he had no DPS. He had 1 Marine at half HP. That was his army. 1 Marine. That's all he had. And that's all she wrote, as that is game 1 in the books. Cure does take a 1-0 lead. We're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Again, an unfortunate game there for Oliveira. Just woefully, or again, just wasn't aware of what was going on. Did take a bit of a risk. We may see Oliveira SCV scout here in this game, or, you know, what are the chances that Cure goes for a proxy 2 games in a row? Nah, you'll be fine. Copium. We'll see. As we're leading into Hardlet. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardlet, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. So we'll keep our eyes on Oliveira. I'm curious if he's going to go for a Rax expand again, or if he goes for a double gas opener instead. Again, that will also dictate like his mindset coming into this, how safe, how greedy, how aggressive he wants to be instead. And this time, Cure will keep his SCVs at home. SCVs will stay back at home. He's not going for a proxy. Not this time. He's content with his first win. Content to get into a longer game. Meanwhile, it is double gas. So double gas opener out of Oliveira, double gas out of Cure. Which means we're going for a Rax into Factory. We're going to be delaying the CC on the low ground and prioritizing, again, a more aggressive or even quote-unquote safe opener. Again, this is ideal against something like a Proxy 2 Rax opener, as you will be prioritizing your factory production, your Hellion, your Cyclone. You will have more to defend or to work with in general, as our Reapers are on the way. We'll be opening up Reaper, into Factory, into CC, as opposed to the Rax expand that Oliveira had in the last game. So for the time being, both players are mirroring each other, and as they do mirror each other, are we going to be entering the Cyclone phase of TVT again, opening up 10 to 12 Cyclones? I wouldn't say 10 Cyclones. It has become quite the norm, quite the meta in TVT in this matchup. As I say that, we saw that kind of fall by the wayside at IEM. We saw that significantly less than normal at IEM Katowice. It's very possible the players have kind of, you know, decide to drift away from that. As Cure does get across from, does get a kill on the SCV. Clutch moves there out of Cure, does delay the command center, forcing out another worker. Oof. Does get a little bit too greedy, tries to get a second SCV, but will pay the price for it. Good defense there out of Oliveira. We'll get a CC back up and running. And behind this, we're getting into our first Cyclones. First Cyclones on the way, Starport on production behind this. Opening up double Cyclone into a medevac is quite common in TVT as well. Speaking of, there's that second Cyclone. We should be going towards a Cyclone drop here from Cure. Meanwhile, Oliveira going for a tech lab, going for what looks to be either a fast tank or an add-on swap, and Cure does get in with the second Reaper, does confirm. Will even delay the starport. Oh, tries to. Does misclick, does attack the factory for a moment by accident. Gets another SCV. Will barely delay that starport as well. 2 SCVs, not too bad. Gets a full scout, does confirm the tank production. And back at home, we are working towards that drop play. Okay, so Oliveira setting up for a tank drop. Meanwhile, Cure gonna hit a little bit faster with his Cyclone drop instead. And continuing with Cyclone production. We'll see how this build, or how these builds do compare. I'm curious. I am curious as the first 2 Cyclones are going to be poking here on the front door. They get a couple of lock-ons on. We do end up trading 1 for 1. Cyclones do go down for both players. Drop is moving out. Oliveira with no fear. Does barely avoid that Cyclone, but the drops, they will go by each other. They do spot each other here in the center of the map. Cure, ooh, doesn't respond. Oliveira did for a moment. Cure turning back around. Oliveira does commit. Gets the tank across the map. We'll siege up as well. The boys are being pulled. Ooh, SCVs are going down. Good juggling here out of Cure. He will defend. Oh, I spoke too soon here as a handful of Marines do make it through. They do get into the mineral line, and 6 workers go down. 7. Good damage done here by Oliveira. Gets 7 workers. Once again, nice juggling here. We'll lose the medevac. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit too greedy, but regardless, did cripple the economy of Cure. And Oliveira does take a worker lead. Meanwhile, Cure isn't done. He's going for his own drop across the map. It is significantly later than he would have liked. It is a later drop. Oh, the Cyclone. Ooh, will go down to the SCVs. And so will the other as well. Bit of miscontrol out of Cure. He's distracted back at home as another tank has arrived. A little bit wasteful there from Oliveira, but Cure will defend. Again, he is amassing Cyclones. This is a more traditional or more modern form of TBT, is massing Cyclones in the early game. He is able to defend, but again, Cure didn't deal as much damage as he wanted to. His Cyclone drop was lackluster. He's going to make up for it with a second Cyclone drop. Is going to be moving out once again. Meanwhile, Oliveira back at home, still building up his tanks. He's got one tank to defend the natural. Doesn't have a tank in the main. Cure will get in. Yeah, boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. 4 workers go down. Good damage done here by Cure. He's coming back in. Does come back in. Gets another SCV. But now we have a second tank covering the main. We can defend. And the third CC is about to finish. Meanwhile, Cure back at home. No third... Oh, sorry. Third CC already done here in the main base, making 3 SCVs at a time. Cure should be the first to land, but we'll see who's feeling adventurous enough. As we're just focusing our production. The game is going to be settling from here. As the game settles, Cure finds himself with a 10-worker lead. He is ahead economically. I mean, he's had the third TC done a lot faster for a lot longer. Is now on the way. But the advantage that Oliveira has is tanks. That's the big dynamic right now here, is that Cure has Mass Cyclone into Raven, of course. Doesn't have Disable, which is odd. Usually, Interference Matrix is researched for Cure. But he did skip it. Liberator does get a couple of kills. But again, he's been focusing on Cyclone production. Oliveira has a massive tank lead as a result. Oh, we're getting even more SCVs. 7. We have 2 Liberators. One in the natural, one in the main base. And Cure, he is not mining. There's very limited mining here for Cure. He's pushing in, but alas, we are ready for him. We have a wall of tanks and no interference matrix. Otherwise, we could maybe push in. Jesus, 4 tanks covering the natural. More SCVs going down. Cure. Still barely any mining. Not even mining at the 3rd. Oh my god. I'm afraid to look, but yeah, the economy deep in blue here. Deep in favor of Oliveira. At the same time, Cure going for a desperation move here in the main base, going for mass auto turrets. Gets some damage done. Liberator still alive here in the natural. Economy still deeply in favor of Oliveira. Even though Oliveira hasn't landed his 3rd base, didn't matter. He was still ahead in economy. Ahead in mining, and now we're pushing out. And again, we have a massive tank lead. We have 5 tanks. And these Ravens, they barely have energy. They can barely help. They can barely support. Yeah, we have to give up. We have to give it up. We cannot defend this 3rd base. Cure, he knows it. He has nothing to defend. Oliveira, he rocks up, sees the lack of 3rd. Is feeling pretty good about himself, but he can keep on pushing. And I don't know if he can be stopped. So have a Cyclone drop in the main, gets a couple of workers. Good last second split there from Oliveira. Ooh, and he's within range of the production. Yeah, Rax is going to be going down. Raxes will be falling, and we can drop into the main base. Oh, there is a tank. You have to be careful at the same time. Curie sneaks out a double drop. Gets him to the 3rd base. SCVs are going down. A beautiful double drop here from Cure. Gets in, doesn't get the base. Ooh, and has to be careful to take a fight. Yeah, he's not going to be able to. He gets cleaned up. He cannot deal with the tanks across the map, and Oliveira ties up the series 1-1. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, this is the downside if you open up Cyclone like this. Again, I do think it was a mistake that Cure didn't research interference matrix. So it's very common to open up Cyclone the way that Cure did, and to go into Raven and go into interference matrix. The power of this specifically is that even if your opponent has 2-3 tanks, because you have 3 Ravens, when you push towards the natural at the timing that Cure did, you can disable every single tank and you can break in anyway. You can bust in with your Cyclones. Now, to be fair, the game was very chaotic. The game was leading up to that point. It was very chaotic. A lot of damage was being done across the map on both sides. A lot of SCVs were dying. A lot of SCVs were falling. Remember, this was before the Liberators. Before the Liberators were going ham, that's when Cure pushed in. And he couldn't do anything. He had an army. He had all these Ravens. He could not do anything across the map because he didn't have the disable. And there were 4 tanks at the natural. And that's when, obviously, his Cyclones were across the map. They were out of position. The Liberators went ham, and that was like the game-winning move. The game-winning move of Oliveira wasn't necessarily his tanks, but his Liberators. They set himself up for success. Beautifully done. GG. GG, well played. We are tied up, and we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Oliveira, he sees your Cyclone meta of TVT. He says, no, I refuse, but I refuse. I appreciate it. Not the first time we've seen this. It was Oliveira versus Clem, I want to say, we casted recently. And likewise, Clem was making Cyclones and Oliveira just refused to make them. Or refused to master them, I should say. I did lose against Clem, but that's by the by. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match. Can he close it out? It is Cure. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran, tying up the series 1-1, that much closer here to take this series, forcing the ace match, representing CranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. Go. Found ourselves in that ace match, and I'm curious what kind of opener we do decide to go for. Last game was double gas from both players. This time, Oliveira going for a Rax Expand. Okay. Not just that, he's SCV scouting. Let's go. SCV, for the first time, Oliveira going to be SCV scouting in the ace match, being very safe, very secure. As a result, Oliveira will have a slightly worse economy because Cure is not SCV scouting. He's not setting anything across the map, not really concerned with what his opponent is up to. Cure, just like Oliveira, is going for a Rax Expand. Economic opener out of Cure. Economic opener out of Oliveira. Oliveira knows this. Cure doesn't. He's playing blindly, but he's, you know, reaping the rewards, and he's being more, or he just has a better income as a result. And this, getting into his Reaper. Getting into the rest of his build. And the game is going to be, or we're going to be having a pretty passive early game as a result, just because we're delaying our factories. Just because of the better economy that we have. A big reason why Rax Expands are a little more commonplace on Site Delta, for those that are curious, is because of the ramp. This is one of the few maps that has a ramp leading into the natural, so we do have a better defender's advantage. We can be greedier, we can be more economic, we can get away with a little bit more on Site Delta. Likewise on Radisson Station and even Alcyone. Oh, Alcyone is a little bit different. Oh yeah, it's fine. We don't have to talk about it. Alcyone doesn't have a ramp into the natural, but has, or is quite a large map nonetheless. So we can see more economic openers. Behind this, we're getting into our 1-1-1. We have a reactor on the way here for Oliveira. Meanwhile, we're going for the add-on swap here from Cure. And Cyclone production has begun. Let's go. Making 2 Cyclones at a time. Oliveira refusing to go for the add-on swap. He's producing Marines, and he's sticking with Hellions here, at least to scout. Single Hellion to get across the map to get some scouting information. And once again, I imagine this fast tech lab is for fast tank production. Oh my god, as we are rushing into a 3rd CC, this has become more common. We casted a lot of TVTs yesterday at IEM. We casted Hero Marine versus Gumiho, and Spirit versus Hero Marine, and Spirit versus Gumiho. And we've been seeing a lot of players be quite cavalier here and rush into a 3rd CC. Bold move out of Oliveira. We'll see if we can get away with it. Again, Oliveira's going to be the defender, Cure the aggressor. Cure, he's massing Cyclones again. Oliveira, he's being very greedy, but also getting into really fast tank production. So he will have a defensive position here with a wall of tanks, like 3 tanks set up, getting into a 3rd base. Can he defend though? Can Oliveira survive and get away with this? Here comes Cure. Cure starting off with a double Cyclone drop into additional Cyclones, of course. Behind this, 3rd CC. 3rd CC far later than that of Oliveira, but 3rd CC nonetheless. Economic by Cure. Just not as greedy. And yeah, this time, Interference Matrix. Like, part of me, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't intentional that we didn't research this last game. I think it was a mistake. That we didn't have it in game 2. But now we have it on game 3. There you go, Psychos that do get into the main base. 3 SCVs go down, good damage. Bearing in mind that Cure hasn't lost anything. So very nice drop here by Cure. Does confirm the tanks. We have 1 tank in the main, 1 tank in the natural, 3rd tank in production momentarily. Behind this, the rest of our rack setup here. Just a 3-1-1 setup by Oliveira. And here we go. Cure is pushing. This is hitting just in time with Interference Matrix. Does have 1 Raven. 2nd Raven's on the way. And here we go. Can Cure break Oliveira? He's looking for that tank. Up. Oh my god. And it looks like he will get it. Not quite. Doesn't commit. Doesn't like what he sees. Will retreat, waiting for the 2nd Raven. Ooh, we do have a 2nd tank on the low ground. 3rd tank is repositioning. So Oliveira, suddenly this natural base becoming that much more fortified. And Cure's backing up. Here he does retreat. Again, doesn't like what he sees. And as a result, these Cyclones aren't doing too much. And once again, Oliveira takes a massive tank lead. Or, like, in general, his army, the quality of his army is getting better and better. With a 4th tank on the way. Scans across the map. We can see Cure getting into his own tank production. But again, he's working on his 1st tank. His opponent has 4. 3rd CC being landed. That's the advantage that Cure has, is he does have map control. These Cyclones, they do delay the 3rd base until Oliveira can deal with the Cyclone problem and then expand. CC's being taken, Oliveira moves out. And has to be very careful with how he does engage. And the tank's slowly sieging forward. Cyclones are going to be forced away. And Oliveira can finally expand. Meanwhile, Cure has been happily mining, already fully saturated at his 3rd base. Thanks to those Cyclones. But again, as we enter the mid-game, looking at the unit count here, again, 5 tanks to 2. Now, this doesn't mean everything, bearing in mind that, sure, the tank count is really important in TVT, especially in the mid-game, but Ravens do add some complexity to this dynamic, right? We do have a Raven lead for Cure. Even if Oliveira is the first to siege, even if he catches out Cure, if we disable all the tanks, the tank count doesn't matter, right? So we still have that Raven advantage that Cure can leverage. As Oliveira is moving out. We'll double drop towards the main. Cyclones do get caught. 3 of them do head towards the 3rd base, so we have a tank in position. The Cyclones are dealt with. The double drop still actually committing. We boost on into the main. Turrets going ham. But we do unload. And Oliveira, he doesn't turn around. And he's going to be losing his E-Bays. 1 E-Bay does fall. He's going to lose the 2nd. Oh, it's barely going to be saved. But 10 SCVs go down. A massive loss there for Oliveira. At the same time, he's pushing in. Massive NTR missile on both armies. Both armies covered in that dust. Back in the main base, Oliveira, he will clean this up. He will defend. But not without losses. There are the disables. Massive disables on every single tank. But it doesn't matter. Oliveira, he does hold. The disables, they run out. Oh. Again, that was the one advantage that Cure had, and maybe he wasted it. He disabled every tank, but he didn't kill any of them. Didn't kill any of the tanks, and now Oliveira can push forward. Yeah, again, that was maybe a bit premature. From here, Cure, he's ready for a Doom Drop. Ready in the main base. Reinforcements are on the way. Looks like we do catch a couple of SCVs. The base taking a lot of hits. Oliveira still maintains that tank lead. And Cure does have, I want to say, 2 more disables available. Maybe 1. Do you see Oliveira threaten to jump? Thank God. Does pull back. Thankfully. Does pull back in time. A couple of SCVs getting caught out. At the same time, Oliveira taking his 4th base on location. Cure going for a big counterattack, leaving his tanks exposed. Scan does reveal the lack of Marines. And do we drop in? We go Cure going for a massive backstab. A massive run by, does catch a tank. Does catch a tank there. Oliveira cannot engage. And we do dive into the natural base. SCV is going to be going down. Oliveira, he's racing back home. That's going to be a kill on the CC. Oh my god. The target firing. We do punish this quite hard. Only 1 medevac does escape. But we get 17 SCVs. We kill a CC and we alleviate that pressure. Not without losing the base though. Oh my god. I wasn't fully aware, but Cure did lose his 3rd. That's pretty huge. Just like that, Curie stuck on 2 bases, just now taking a 3rd base. Meanwhile, Oliveira, technically up a base. Didn't lose the CC, but he killed one. Here we go, Curie's pushing. Ah, but he has no Marines! He lost all his Marines in the counterattack. Big anti-armor missile, but it doesn't matter. We chase down the Ravens, we chase everything down. Oliveira has a massive supply lead, he can keep on pushing. Tanks are siege, but he doesn't care. He's barely breaking through. There's still 2 tanks behind this. 1 tank. And he does it. GG gets called. Oliveira breaks on through, breaks the 3rd base, and will take the series 2-1, eliminating Cure. GG. Oliveira refusing to make all those cyclones. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, a very different style from Oliveira. We have seen a couple of players try this out. We've seen Oliveira do it. We've seen Spirit do this as well. It's kind of an alternate play style here in the new meta where we have Cure, likewise Clem, Bjorn, going for this mass cyclone style early on. On the flip side, we have this early tank production style where you have less map control. Obviously, you're stuck at home, you're building up tanks, but you do get a stronger mid game as a result. You do have that massive tank advantage. To be fair, we did see a couple of slip-ups from Cure. I do think that the mass disable that we saw was a bit of a mistake, just because, I say mistake, maybe he just misjudged the situation. I'm pretty sure in that moment, Cure intended to disable all the tanks and break that position and clean up all those tanks. And if he had done that, then he would have been ahead, 100%. He would have strictly been ahead. But he just didn't have enough on the ground. He couldn't follow up those disables, and they just ran out. And Oliveira, he maintained his tank lead as a result and was able to just flex that throughout the entire game, essentially. Forcing Cure to counterattack, forcing Cure to avoid a big fight. And he was doing damage, sure, but was not enough. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations to Oliveira. He does advance on to the semifinals. Cure is eliminated. And we are here to find out who faces off against Oliveira in those semifinals. Now, we are jumping in a little bit mid-series here. Unfortunately, wait, let me just double check. Okay, cool. I'm just double checking for a moment there, but unfortunately we don't have every game of this series. So we are jumping into game number 2 here of Dark versus Nice. The winner of this series faces off against Oliveira in those semifinals. Now we're jumping in. Dark is already leading the series 1-0, and we have game number 2 before us. Let's go. Again, great to see Dark. Dark, of course, recently coming back to Korea from Poland, was a part of IEM, and Dark, fun fact, was the only player to take any maps off of Serral. The only player to take maps off of Serral in IEM Katowice. And in that series, I mean, look, that was a spicy ZVZ that they had. Potential for more. But here we go, we're jumping into this and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice. Here we go. Dark recently coming back. Nice, of course, wasn't traveling. He's been competing in all these online weeklies in the absence of the IEM players. Has now found himself mid-series against Dark, down in this series, but not out. And we'll see what Nice brings to the table. We'll see if he can slip Dark up. Again, Dark is a very aggressive player in this matchup, is more than willing to be in your face, especially on Oceanborn. We've spoken about this. Oceanborn has a relatively short rush distance and has a very exposed third base. The reason why we've seen so much aggression on this map, why we've seen so many queen walks and queen based all-ins with Roches, with Ling Bane, is because to get onto the same point of elevation as this third base, you can get there in the middle of the map. In the center of the map, there is a ramp that leads up in towards kind of this area, and as a result, it's so much easier to lay siege upon this third. The ramp leading into the natural is a little bit wider as well, and as a result, it's just that much less defendable. So we'll see if either one of these players takes advantage of that, or if we have a longer series. Longer series and a longer game. For now, gate expand into the cyber core from Nice. Across the map, Dark going to be going for a hatch gas pool, forced to take the unnatural natural, but outside of that, feeling pretty comfortable. Link speed going to be on the way. We have seen Nice being very experimental with his playstyle recently, and we'll see what that leads into as we are going for a Stargate opener. Now, we have seen Nice go double Stargate massive void rate even in recent times, surprisingly, in the new patch. Will he experiment with Skytoss here? You can, especially if you go void rate first. We have seen players like Classic and Hero try to go void rate first into a second Stargate, into like a Tempest Rush or a Carrier Rush. That's a little bit out of fashion. That was very popular back in November, December of last year. Like relatively shortly after the new patch was released. But since then, we haven't seen it too much. We haven't seen it be too prevalent in recent times. There we go. It is going to be an Oracle first. So it looks to be a standard opener. Oracle first into a third. Into a third base, into triple Oracle. There's a standard economic opener from Nice. Meanwhile, we are shading across the map with two Adepts. Two Adepts do one-shot drones. And if the Lings aren't in position, we can commit, but the Lings are here. And Nice will respect them, will back off. Again, you have to be very careful as a Protoss player not to lose these two Adepts. Ling speed is done, and we are trying to hunt them down. We do get eyes on the would-be third base, but the Adepts are in position. And the probe is safe. So Nice will expand, and Dark backs off. Keeping that Oracle busy. Oh, the Adepts, they do manage to bypass those Lings, though. They do try to slip out across the map. Likewise, now have a second Oracle on the field. Moving out together. But really nice movement here out of Dark. He does come across the Adepts. Gets one and will get the second Adept as well. Big pickoffs here by Dark. At the same time, both Oracles head in between the bases. They go for the third base, so we have plenty to defend, and we do quickly morph in that Evo chamber, saving the drone. So no damage dealt here to Dark. And we are going into a lair first. Interesting. We'll see how many gases we get into. We'll see how we make use of this lair. As we have gone up to triple Oracle. Now this was around a 4-minute 30 lair timing, so not an early lair, just a lair first. Can lead into Ling Hydra. Or into just Roaches. Ooh, as the Spore isn't done, we get 3 drone kills. We got 4. Nice damage dealt here, but oh, the surround! Good target firing out of Dark. He does focus down one of those Oracles. The other does escape, but 1 Oracle for 6 drones. It's an okay trade, but not ideal for Nice, as he is following this up with a +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up here by Nice. Meanwhile, I don't see a Roach Warren. I don't see a Roach Warren. We have no tech yet. Is this Hydra's? I feel like it should be. 4 gases in production. The Roach Warren should be done by now if we were going Roaches. Behind this, we have a wall of gateways. We cancelled? Wait, what? We cancelled Blink. We're going into charge. Nice being a little bit indecisive, and there it is. I assumed it was going to be Hydras, but no, it's going to be Spire. Mutas are on the way here by Dark. A little bit greedy. Going to the Mutas in such a fashion, taking all 6 gases. Dark droning up to 75. and focusing on plus on melee for Link's support. Does have a safety Roach Warren, thankfully, so he can make Roaches if he needs it, but Mutas are going to be the real kind of game changer here for Dark. And the question becomes, can we spot this? Can we get eyes on this? Nice, still not aware of what's going on. As Dark has amassed Lings, going for a massive Ling counterattack, and actually, he's going for the fourth. Going straight for the fourth base, gets us around, should force a cancel. At the same time, catches a Stalker as well, gaining so much value here. Gets the Stalker, cancels the base. Not a kill, thankfully. And Dark will back off, gained a lot of value already. Didn't have to waste any resources on Roaches, and we have 12, 13 Mutas on the way. 13 Mutas in production. So far unscattered, nice. Is throwing down some cannons. Dusk out! Big moment here. Observer does get eyes on the Spire. We have Phoenixes on the way. Cannons, shield batteries. Again, good scouting out of Nice. He's aware of what's going on. We have seen many Protoss players just die to Mutas once they get revealed because they haven't been scouted. We saw that a lot from Trigger last night. Here we go, Mutas. They do come across the natural. Cannon goes down, probes as well. We got 5 worker kills, a couple of Stalkers. Remember, Blink was cancelled. Well, we're getting a lot done. Oh my god. The Phoenixes arrive, and Dark, he just stands his ground. Takes down a Phoenix, only 2 left. Again, Dark, no fear. Takes down another Phoenix. What was that? 2 Phoenixes, 3 Stalkers, and 19 probes. And just like that, Dark, he finds himself with a massive lead. Almost gets another Phoenix. Does get another Phoenix. Again, a really good stutter stepping there from Dark. Which is really good movement from him. Attack moving forward. And Nice, he's struggling. He's on the back foot. Another Phoenix goes down. The Phoenixes are meant to be the counter. Ay, ay, ay. And how many Mutas do we have? We're up to 23 Mutas. Not like this as we focus on another and another. Every Phoenix falls. GG gets called. The Mutas, they get out of control. And Dark takes the series 2-0. Advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid series there out of Dark. We missed out on game 1, unfortunately, but regardless, a solid game out of him. Really impressive as well. Nice scouted. Remember, he saw the Spire, he had Phoenixes, he had cannons on the way, a couple of shield batteries here and there, but we saw that Dark, he was able to just take advantage of Nice regardless, able to focus down those Stalkers, able to out-control and out-micro Nice's Phoenixes, which is something that's very difficult to do because Phoenixes do outrange and they do have a lot of kiting potential. But yeah, we saw that we never had more than 3 Phoenixes. We were never able to build them up. Dark was just so on point with punishing them and shutting them down time and time again with that. GG. GG, well played. Dark overwhelms. And now we have our semi-finals getting ready before us. Up next is going to be Dark versus Oliveira. Let's go. Un momento. Yeah. Beautiful. So before we get into Beyond versus Oliveira, before we get into our semifinals, if you're curious, it's Beyond versus Oliveira, but it's going to be Dark versus Oliveira in the upper semis, and it's going to be DRG versus Beyond in the lower semifinals. So those are our two semifinal series here. We casted Beyond earlier. In the previous series, we did go over Beyond versus Classic, if you recall. Again, if you missed out, check out the VODs. It was a fun series. It was a very aggressive series from Beyond, is what I will say. Very aggressive. But yeah, we have two ZVTs. Unfortunately, no Protoss. No Protoss remains here in the semifinals. We usually have not even a Protoss in the semis. We usually have a Protoss champion. Fun fact: the player with the most KSL wins under their belt is Protoss, and that's Hero. Hero is typically our champion for KSL, but Hero is not here. He's not here this week. It looks like after IEM, maybe he took a break. A well-deserved break, I would say. Like, I don't blame him. He may just be like decompressing, calming down, going on a bit of a vacation before getting back into the grind. So Hero, he's not here this weekend, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll see more of Hero in the coming weeks, in the coming months. So don't worry, sure we'll see more of him. But for the time being, there's no Protoss in the semis, and we are going to be going on a short break. We're halfway through the broadcast. Up next, both semifinals, and then the grand finals thereafter. That's what's coming up next here in KSL on the broadcast. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to get some rest, get some water, get some snacks, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and we'll be back in 5 or so minutes with the second half of the broadcast, with the semis and los gran finales. See you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST. We have just wrapped up with the quarterfinals and the quarterfinals of the KSL. We are here with los semifinales. We're here to find out who is going to be this week's champion. We have four lovely players. We have Dark, we have Oliveira, we have DRG, and we have Bjorn. Two Terrans, two Zerg players as well. Again, as we mentioned previously, if you're just now joining us, we typically have a Protoss representative. We typically have a Protoss champion even, but Hero is not here this week. Hero is most likely taking a break. He's most likely taking a bit of a breather after I Am Katowice. He's just calming things down, decompressing, and in the absence of Hero, we're going to have a Terran or Zerg champion. Here we go. Who's it going to be? We're here to find out. Up first, we have Dark vs Oliveira on Solaris. Vámonos. Vámonos. Again, Dark and Oliveira, they faced many times here in the KSL in these online weeklies. Oliveira has historically struggled against Dark, but what I will say is that Oliveira, when he's in form, he is a terrifying partner. He's a beast, and I'm sure after IEM, he is gunning for a rematch. He is hunting, he's looking for a way to redeem himself. We'll see if we can find it here. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran, the blue Terran player representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. The Chinese Terran. I think I said South Korean. Chinese Terran. It is Oliveira. Here we go. Ooh, as Dark is going for a pool first. Okay. Again, Dark, he's so much more feisty and so much more aggressive in general, and whipping out a pool first is an interesting maneuver. Now, this is not an all-in, but this is an aggressive opener. We should be producing, I want to say, 4 to 6 lings, and the goal here is to avoid the scout, avoid the Reaper, get across the map, and delay the CC. He doesn't even go pool hatch, he goes pool gas. Interesting. He does go for a faster gas geyser. I'm more curious now as to what the follow-up is going to be. This could just be to get into fast ling speed, or we could be thinking of something more devious. We could be going for, oh my, a fast Roach Warren. There we go. There we go. We have our answer here. So again, we did delay our natural base in favor of gases. Part of me was thinking, are we going for a Bane bust? Are we doing something crazy? We're doing something crazy, but it is going to be the Roach Warren. Now, what is scary is that because of the pool first, we have lings on the way. And these lings, we're not investing too hard into them, but they may force the Reaper to stay at home. They may force the Reaper back home, and if Oliveira is distracted, if he doesn't scout, he won't realize what comes next. Oh boy. And here we go. Lings are on the way. Likewise, Reaper now moving out. Moving out across the map is gonna come across the center here. The Overlord did spot the Reaper. Lings to avoid it. And the Reaper should get into the main base, should get a full scout off. A big shot on that one. There we go. We do dive in. We do confirm the late hatchery. And we do not get eyes on the Roach Warren. Uh-oh. We did see the gas geyser. That could be enough of a tell. I'm hoping it is, as Lings are getting across the map. Again, the Reaper doesn't have confirmation. We're checking for a third base. We do confirm there is no third. Lings have arrived. Oh, and they will delay the CC. CC is delayed. Roaches are moving out across the map. We're going for a third CC. Bunker is on the way. Phew. Okay, Bunker on the way on the high ground. Again, we have to give up the natural. CC is going to finish. And Oliveira, he will have to hunker down here on top of the ramp. Now, as a reminder, very light commitment. 4 roaches. Only 4 roaches were droning up behind this. So this is not designed to kill. This is designed to contain. The goal here of Dark is to contain, is to force the lift up of the CC and contain the opponent to 1 base while Dark drones up. And here we go. We do have high ground vision. The depot is under fire. Cyclone has arrived. Ooh, and the Cyclone is going to force back the army a little bit longer, but it looks like the Depot should fall. Again, a couple more hits and it will go down. It looks like, yeah, it will fall. Nice pick off there from Dark. It does get 2 SCV kills. Overlord taking a lot of hits. But so is the CC. Good control so far out of Dark. He hasn't lost a single Roach or a Ravager. Keep himself alive. Another Depot down to half HP. I believe Dark did see the 3rd CC. Yep, he's aware of the 3rd base. Depot should fall. We do have some repairs going on. Oof. Do pick up a couple of those Marines. It looks like one Roach is going to go down. SCVs are being pulled. Decent trades here from Dark. He'll be eventually forced back. Gets a Cyclone. Gets 2. Oh my god. The retargeting there by Dark. The split targeting. Gets both Cyclones. That's a big pickoff, actually. 3rd Cyclone has arrived. We do clean this up. But again, imagine this drop with 2 more Cyclones. 1 more Cyclone in the medevac, another Cyclone on the ground, and this counterattack would be devastating. But Dark was able to cripple the counterattack, and now he has that much less to worry about. Only 1 Cyclone and 1 Marine. Dark getting a 3rd hatchery up and running, taking 2 more gases, joining up to 45. Dark does have the economic lead. And he is working on that next step. We want Oliveira back at home, getting into his 3-rack setup. Dark confirms that it's bio, not mech. Does confirm the 3rd CC. And upon seeing this, Dark should be feeling safe. He should be feeling safe to drone. There we go. Workers are on the way. Blair is being researched. I believe we have skip link speed. Yep, no link speed whatsoever. We should be going straight into Roach speed instead. And our upgrades. There it is, double Evo chamber. Now this should be +1 range from Dark, and then it should lead into +1 melee later on down the line. From here, Dark is going to be going Roaches, but later on he can go back into Ling Bane. Especially against Bio, it is wise to do so. 4 CC here from Oliveira. Very greedy. Very fast 4th CC, but again, he knows that he's behind. He has to try to catch back up in some way. Is in production. There's that range upgrade, as we did mention. We are working towards Ling speed, so this is the first sign that we are going Ling Bane Roach Ravager, not just pure Roach Ravager. Should be having Ling Bane to support eventually. As Oliveira does get eyes on the 4th base. Won't be able to stop it, but does chip away at it. Dark going to be responding. Same time, Oliveira building up his tank count. His tank count is already honestly looking quite scary. He's got 3, soon to be 4 tanks. Nidus Swarm on the way. That I was not expecting. Dark. Papi. Oh my god. As we are going to be cutting workers at 3 base. There we go. Only 66 drones. I mean, I like this. The 4th base has been scouted. For all Oliveira knows, Dark plans on droning this up, which makes sense, but no, Dark, he's stopping saturation at 3 bases. He's amassing nothing but Roaches. His supply blocked. 4 Overlords are on the way. And we're going to be hitting a very strong timing here with these upgrades. Meanwhile, the double drop does come in. Base is being targeted down. And we will get a kill here on the hatchery. Hatchery does fall, but Dark, he doesn't care. He wasn't droning anyway. And we're moving out. A massive push right through the center. Once again, Dark getting a little bit supply blocked. The Overlords are finishing up. And there it is, Nidus in towards the main base, and Oliveira doesn't see! He doesn't have vision. Doesn't see, doesn't know. Massive tank line here at the 3rd base is going to deflect those Roaches. At the same time, he does check the main. And will deny the Nidus. Ooh, Roaches are popping out. But they're going to be giving up. At the same time, Darky's pushing in. Yeah, the Marines aren't here. We do get a tank. Only 1. Bit of a disjointed attack from Dark. He lost every single Ravager. Ravagers have gone down, and now Dark, he's rebuilding his 4th base, and he is droning. He realizes that, I mean, his timing has come and gone. He cannot kill Oliveira, not anymore. Dark is transitioning. There we go. Droning, Infestation Bits on the way. Working towards Infestors, Hive Tech. So far, solid defense here from Oliveira. Can only losing 1 tank. Only losing 1 tank here. His 4th base up and running. It's a planetary 5th CC on the way. We have 2-2 in production. We do have a window where 2-2 will be done, and the 2-2 of Dark would still be on the horizon. So there is an upgrade advantage here for Oliveira. Meanwhile, Dark, he's cutting workers once again, joining up to only 72. That is just under 4 base saturation. And he's maxing out on Ling Roach Ravager. Still committing to +2 range, actually. No melee upgrades, which means that this Hive Tech could be for lurkers. And there it is. There's the Hydrogen. We're going to lurker play. Lunkers are on the horizon here. Dark pushing forward. Tanks are a little bit late to siege. You do cancel the 5th. Decent cancel on the 5th base. The Biles, ooh, they do connect. Dark rotating around. We have a double drop on the right-hand side. We do not have much to defend. Yeah, Dark is going to have to respond. Does pull back home. Oh my god. Looks like there was a little bit of latency. Shout out to Enki, by the way. And Inu. Inu is our Korean caster. Enki is our Spanish caster. Do love to see them. Sim on Forge, trading with these roaches at the same time. Looks like there was a bit of a drop towards the north. Viking finding these overlords. Hydras are now on the way. Lurker down on the horizon. As we did mention, because we did not get into melee, this is just going to be a commitment from Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. Eventually, Hydra Lurker Viper. Nidus Swarms on the way. I love these defensive Nidus Swarms just because Roach Ravager is very immobile. Does help bouncing back and forth between these bases. Does help with that. As Oliveira, he's close to maxing out here. 3-3 about to start up. We do collapse in from the left-hand side though. Darky gets a tank. Does collapse on top of the Ghost. Ghost looking a bit exposed. Again, Dark not having the worst fight off of, sorry, out of range of the tanks. And yeah, Oliveira getting a little bit too adventurous here. Again, chasing back the Roach Ravager, but he's losing so much. We do have to retreat. Ghost's going to be going down. The Marine count gets reset. We get another tank. And again, Oliveira was just fighting so much out of range of his own tanks. Didn't have the best supports. Did bleed out a lot of units. And with that, we are remaxing with Ling, Hydra, eventually into those Lunkers. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Vipers are gathering energy. Dark is getting ready. Now, Oliveira has a good economy. He's getting a 5th base. It is on the way. Unfortunately, +3 attack was forgotten and was heavily delayed. So his upgrade lead isn't as large as it should be. But he's going to be losing the upgrade lead, actually. That his Lurkers are on the way. They are scanned! Oliveira, he sees, he knows. Does see those Lurkers, is aware. But can he stop them? He at least already has ghosts. No liberators though, only ghosts. That's going off the Hydras. As the armies do dance back and forth, Files will graze the army. We do have a Nidus in the main. Is spotted. Is spotted, but is not stopped. The lurkers, they get in. They barely do get in. Ghosts are going to be going down. We do have detection. Yeah, we take control of the main base. Ghost going down. Another Nidus finishing up. And Dark, he's getting on top of the production. This is the kill move he was looking for. Both armies were dancing here at the center of the map, but now we have the production. These Raxes are going down. Trying to get a couple of snipes off, but it doesn't matter. It's too little too late. That's what, 5 Raxes falling. At the same time, Lurkers at the 4th, Lurkers at the 5th. Dark, he's just all over Oliveira. We will slowly clean this up. But it's not easy. We're taking a lot of losses here in the process. The main base goes down. We take down the army. 29 SCVs fall. And we still have lurkers going ham. They're still getting more damage done. As Dark just reinforces. Takes down another Rax. There's 1 Rax left and 2 factories. Not like this. Starports are being rebuilt. Raxes are being rebuilt. Another lurker here on the right hand side. Almost every base under fire. And you can see that Oliveira he just broke. He's out of money. He's out of production. Out of time. And it was up until the Nidus Worms where things were pretty even. Honestly, like Dark and Oliveira, they were going blow for blow. They were keeping up with each other. Yes, Oliveira didn't have any liberators, but he had plenty of ghosts. But all it took was one swift move here from Dark. Went for the kill shots. Now taking down the factories. And his reinforcements will shut down these tanks. There's still a couple of lurkers left. We've killed 57 SCVs. We're still going. We're not stopping. Hydras come in. They take down another one of those tanks. They're out of range of the planetary. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Dark just pulling Oliveira apart. Initially, the Roach opener was okay. It did contain Oliveira. Oliveira eventually broke out. Eventually was able to get into his own fourth base, into his own 5th as well. Again, there was some back and forth going on. Interesting move out of Dark to commit into +2 range and go straight into lurker production. And with those lurkers, he was able to just snowball out of control, just pulling Oliveira left and right in almost every single base. GG. GG, well played. Very well done there. And with that, Dark does take the first game, but it's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. We have an opportunity here for Oliveira to fight back and to put a point on the board. I want to believe. I do want to believe. Here we go. Game number 2 is going to be on Site Delta. And all it took was 1 Nidus finishing. 1 Nidus. If you remember, the Nidus barely finished with any HP at all. And only like 4 or 5 lurkers made it out, but that was barely enough. Barely enough to start the domino effect. And now we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left hand corner, leading the series 1-0. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Terran representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. A bit of a spicy game 1, but here in game number 2, what do we have in store for us as Oliveira is going for that low ground Rax? is setting up for a 2-Rax opener, 2-Rax Reaper. This could also be just a Rax into Factory. It could be the special opener. I mean, both openers are kind of special openers. But this is something that special does do quite frequently. Has been slowly adapted by the Koreans. We've seen Beyond with this out every now and then. Cure has done this a couple of times. Looks like, yeah, Oliveira's doing it as well. So this is going to be a Rax into Factory here. It's a bit of a greedier way to open up. This opener is the most viable on this map on Site Delta because of the ramp. Because of the ramp coming into the main base does give you a better defensive position. The entrance to the natural is much more narrow as well. So we're going to be able to wall off. Meanwhile, this time Dark goes for a hatch, gas, pool. Standard opener this time out of Dark. As opposed to the pool first that he went for in game 1. There it is. It is a Rax expand from Oliveira. And we should be getting a factory here on the low ground to wall off. We have seen, I believe, Cure, or was it Cure or Beyond, mix it up and go for the Rax on the high ground instead and leave it wide open a little bit longer. But there it is. Factory is on the way. Sorry, I meant to say factory on the high ground. But it is going to be on the low ground here. Oliveira going for a more traditional variation. With this, we can go for the add-on swap and go into Cyclone production, or just Hellions. Oliveira has options. So he did take down that Overlord. Back at home, Dark's just happily droning. Happily droning up, taking his third base. Is aware of the opener, did get eyes on the factory before the Overlord died. There is that add-on swap into the 1-1-1. Again, a very aggressive build here as we are going for a delayed third CC. With this can actually lead into something like a Hellbat push. We could throw down a fast armory and just mass Hellions. Regardless, this is going to be a very committed build here from Oliveira. As are we going for Banshee play? Are we going for another add-on swap? It looks to be the case. Hellions are moving out. Add-on swap is upon us. And Banshees are on the way. Now, Dark hasn't seen much yet, but all he has to do is check the natural base, check the ramp, and he will get full eyes on what his one is up to. Hellions are going to be threatening those queens. They are rotating around, third CC behind this, so it is not going to be a Hellbat push. Got that third CC on the way. Regardless, basically there is pressure on Oliveira to get damage done because his third is so late. Because of his 1-1-1 opener, this third CC is later than normal, so he has to get damage done with either the Hellions or the Banshees, or both. The Banshee has arrived. The Hellions looking for another way in. Unable to find one yet. Banshee does skirt the edge of the map. Link Scout does confirm the additional Raxes on the way, so we know it's not mech. Very important. Mech is not unheard of as a follow-up. Getting a couple of drone kills. Just a handful. A handful of drones go down. Shouldn't be a surprise, but Dark is going Roaches. Yeah, it makes sense. It's going to be a Roach-based follow-up. And what's interesting to me is that Oliveira only made a single Banshee. He didn't make a second Banshee. He didn't invest into Cloak. It was a very light commitment to Banshee play. Likewise, only made 6 Hellions as well. Did not go up to 8. That tells me that your transition is a little bit faster here into the third CC, into these 5 Raxes. Banshee comes back home. Now, this Banshee opener typically, I would say, should deter roach play, but Dark has no fear. He is amassing roaches, working on 1-1, roach speed as well. Just making enough roaches to defend against the Hellions, to defend against the first push. From here, Dark should be taking a fourth. There it is. Fourth base is on the way. Is in production here. So I'm amassing more roaches. Hellions are just poking and prodding. When you see Lings coming for a counterattack, there is plenty to defend. Yeah, we have Marines, we have tanks. The Lings, they do nothing. Oliveira does hold. Again, solid positioning here from Oliveira. Really, I'm waiting to see what kind of, or how hard we commit to roaches, as we are not. I mean, we have roaches, don't get me wrong, but that is a much faster infestation pit. Very fast pit here from Dark. Working towards Hive Tech already, or safety infestors. Curious where he does plan to take us if we do go into Hive. But yeah, Dark just being very defensive, just chilling, spreading creep, droning, getting his fourth base. And Dark taking a more defensive approach this series, or this game. In game number 2, Armory is heavily delayed. Oof. 1-1 has been done for quite some time, and 2-2 is going to be delayed for Oliveira until the Armory is done. And this time we see a Bailey Nest. Okay. So unlike the previous game, it's not going to be Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. It's going to be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. The tanks stay on siege. Wrong moment there. One tank does go down. Things they come in as well, and we can focus on every single tank. Ay, that was such an unfortunate moment. Oliveira forced to pick up. That was the wrong moment to unsiege. Did commit to a fight. Every tank went down, and just like that, Dark has so much momentum. There's one tank to defend. Ay. Yeah, Dark just rallying everything across the map. He knows that he has momentum on his side. Didn't even need the infestation pits. Forces back the army once again. The pit is done. Lair is done. We're going into Adrenal. I do really like this. This is a really good way to make up for the fact that your melee upgrades are late because of the Roach opener. So just really fast Adrenal to help support the Lings. Plus one melee on the way. Ooh, speaking of supporting those Lings, Ultras will be the Hive Tech of choice. It's going to be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane Ultra. Oliveira marauding around the map, clearing up whatever creep he can. But again, because of these rough fights for Oliveira, he can't really commit. He can't push out with his army. He is getting a couple of drones here towards the north. Good job harassing, but that's all he can do right now is harass until he can build up his tank count and his ground army once again. By the time he does, Dark should have Ultras. Speaking of, kindness plating. It's on the way. Ultra Cavern is done. Vipers are amassing. We have 2 Vipers for the time being in the main. And Dark is maxed. He is now maxed out. Baneling's speed is later than normal, which is a bit concerning. But again, as I mentioned before, Oliveira isn't pushing yet. So we have time. Do have time to work with. Rotating around, Baneling's speed almost done. There it is, 29 Banelings on the way. We did create a wall, so we actually can't. Oh wait, no, sorry, my apologies. We can slip through. But Dark, cool with his pants down a little bit. And he's just now finishing. We're pushing in. Oh my god. Ideally waiting a little bit longer. Tanks are coming. Link's coming from behind. And once again, we collapse on the army before the tanks in siege, and every single tank goes down. Good blinding clouds as well. And we clean up the army. Again, Dark. I don't know what it is, but he always has the perfect time to engage. Happened in the first fight, here in the second as well. Oliveira just was not ready for it. Liberator's going to be harassing. And Oliveira is going to force this back, but he doesn't have an answer to these ultras. Oliveira doesn't... He does have some Liberators, that is true, but doesn't have any ghosts. No ghosts here for the Terran. That is terrifying. There it goes. Only tank lib. Bailing's on the way. Oliveira massing his army. Moving out for a third time. Once again, Dark, he does get his full surround here. The tank's on siege once again. Oliveira not quite ready for this. Every single tank goes down for a third time. Medevacs will evacuate. Do have a drop coming in. Forcing delayed mining. Actually, the drop play doing quite a lot. The Dark, he's had enough. Had enough. He's pushing in towards the natural. Liberators are sieged though. And Dark, he'll lose not just one base, 2 hatcheries go down. Again, the drop play doing a lot for Oliveira. But he will lose 21 SCVs. He will lose his workers. The drops, they're still not done. They're getting a little bit more damage done here, but it looks like we're cleaning this up. The drops, they're running out of steam. And Dark has a bank. He has a bank to work with. He's taking another base, or re-expanding, I should say. Remaxing with more Ling Bane Ultra. And can we go for the base? We can! We're going for the planetary. Oh my god, we barely don't get it, but we do get 12 SCVs. Oh my, both planetaries barely survive. That was a little bit wasteful from Dark, is what I will say. As both planetaries barely do make it. Problem is, again, Oliveira, he still needs more time to remax. So does Dark. Losing both those bases really did hurt him. Dark in a bit of trouble. He's got 5 ultras in production. Ultras on the way. We collapse there on the army. And again, without any ghosts, yes, we do have a lot of marauders, that's true. We can deal with a small amount of ultras, but once we hit critical mass, Dark, he's going to be collapsing on this army. He will close the distance. Damage will be done. Oliveira moving out. He is maxed. This time he should be ready for it. Ultras once again coming in from behind. Ooh. Oliveira quick to siege. And as Oliveira is pushing, he will lose control of his third base. Dark has to give up this hatchery. Hatchery going to be going down. Ultras, they go straight for the planetary. And every single worker here is going to fall. 16 SCVs go down. Oliveira, he's not stopping. Going to try to keep him pushing. Fungal does connect. Big fungal in the army. We try to collapse from behind. The ultras, they come in. And we get a full surround. Once again, every tank goes down. The Marine army barely does survive. And GG gets called. That's all that Oliveira had left. He has no economy behind it, and Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Dark will come out on top here. Again, the engagements he had on side Delta were insane. Time and time again, he would have just these amazing angles where he would get pseudo surrounds, and more often than not, he would catch Oliveira off guard. Oliveira would barely not see the army coming, so he would be late to siege up, late to situate his tanks, and Dark would close the distance well ahead of time. And just really good engagements out of Dark, and not just that, but really good teching as well, getting up to 5 bases, getting up to hive tech. Did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Well played. Dark does take it. Dark is going to be our first player to advance on to the grand finals. And who does he face off against? That is the question. Will it be a Zerg player or will it be a Terran? As up next, we have Bjorn versus DRG in the lower semifinals. Let's go again. We are here to determine who faces off against Dark in those grand finals, Bjorn or DRG. Let's find out. Let us find out as game 1 is on site Delta. Let's go. Let us go. And we have seen these two face off in the past. Most recently, we saw them face off in IEM Katowice, the qualifiers for IEM, and it was a best of 5 qualifying match. DRG was leading the series 2-1, and the series slipped through his fingers. Bjorn pulled off an insane comeback, and he qualified over DRG in those qualifiers. That was a brutal moment for our Zerg player. We'll see if he can get his revenge. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, currently teamless, deserving to be on the team. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Of course, recently coming back from IEM. Now he's safely back at home. And the rematch is here again. If it wasn't for Bjorn, DRG would have been at IEM instead. It would have been a big moment for him, a really necessary moment as well. We spoke about it at the time, but because DRG is teamless, an event like IEM would have been huge for him to get eyes on him and to look for a sponsor, look for a team, look for some support. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it. Despite having a really good series, like he really popped off against Bjorn back in the end of December. But just was not able to make it. And now we have Bjorn going for a very similar opener that we saw previously. We just saw this same build out of Oliveira. It is the special opener. It's a Rax expand into a factory on the low ground. We spoke about how this has been adopted by some of the Koreans every now and then. They do sprinkle it in, and the best map for this build is Side Delta. Side Delta is where you want to be, just because of how defendable it is, just because of the ramp advantage, the defender's advantage, how narrow it is, the high ground. It all does allow you to be a little bit greedier in a sense. This should be leading into an add-on swap into Hellions. This can lead into Cyclones, which is how Cure typically plays this out. Not so sure if Bjorn will really embrace that though. That I'm not so sure about. As we do see Bjorn going for those first 2 Marines, he is hunting for some Overlords. Doesn't find one though, as the Overlords are safe here in the center of the map. Third base is being taken, the add-on swap is here. We're going straight for that 1-1-1. Straight for that 1-1-1 opener. Hellions are on the way. Interesting, Bjorn is making another Marine. He isn't making a tech lab yet. And to be fair, I don't think there's room for a tech lab because of where the starport is. So, a very different follow-up. Okay. Very different follow-up here. Yeah, we continue Marine production. It will not be a Banshee. It's going to be a medevac. Very unorthodox. We're going for a Hellion Marine drop. Okay, or a Hellion drop. Oh, sorry, a Marine drop with Hellions. And we see why. Hellbats. We actually brought this up in the first series. We spoke about the potential of Hellbats when we were casting Oliveira. We saw that Oliveira didn't commit to more than 6 Hellions though. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he will. He's doubling down, going for the Hellbat push. Oh boy. Oh boy. We've seen Maru be very fond of this build. I think Clem has whipped it out a couple of times. Here we go. Bjorn is going for the drop. Does come across the Overlord. Overlord is going to go down, and that is going to hide the Hellions. DRG, he doesn't see, he doesn't know. Not aware of what's going on. How many queens do we have? We have 5, soon to be 7 queens. That's okay. Lings are coming out. There's no safety Baneling Nest. DRG has no idea what is coming his way. And here we go. Bjorn is pushing in. We have 10 Lings in production. A good concave of queens. Very good target firing there at a DRG. Does focus down the medevac, does shut down the Hellbats, and DRG will defend. A solid hold there from our Zerg player. Again, a beautiful concave, really good target firing. And he thankfully did not skip out on his queen production. So a good reaction overall, and Bjorn is suddenly in a rough position. He had doubled down here to make this push happen. He heavily delayed his 3rd base, by the way. There is still no 3rd TC. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Bjorn. But he's not done. There we go. We're pulling the boys. He is all in. It's all or nothing here for Bjorn. The boys have been pulled. DRG is droning. Uh-oh. DRG feels like the aggression has ended, but really it's only begun. Cloak isn't done. Big pick off. Cloak finishing up in 10 seconds. There's nothing for the Cloak. The Banshee was killed. The boys have been revealed. We still have 5 more drones on the way. Again, we're being a little bit too greedy. Far too greedy here. The Lings, they do engage, but they get roasted by the Hellbats. Queens are going down. So far, good kiting here from DRG. And it looks like DRG, he barely has enough. Do we have another transfuse? Barely we don't. There's 4 Hellbats left. Now there's 3. GG gets called. DRG, he will hold. And he will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Again, DRG, he's looked good against Bjorn before. Kind of look good here, though. That was a wild build out of Bjorn. We've seen a lot of aggressive builds from both Bjorn and Maru on site Delta. If you remember, infamously, Maru went for non-stop all-ins against Scarlet last season of GSL. Part of that was on site Delta, where Maru did go for a 2-base all-in. Then, we see Bjorn doing it here against DRG, but a beautiful defense. Again, but a bit of a blunder from Bjorn losing that Banshee before Cloak finished. That Banshee could have added so much more DPS there with that Cloak. That could have been what breaks a base, to be honest. Like, that was a very close defense. Add like non-stop DPS from a Banshee, and suddenly maybe you have a game for the Terran. Regardless, GG. DRG does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As we are looking to see if Bjorn can tie this up and force the ace match. Again, he was able to bring himself back the last time they faced off, but technically, in those qualifiers, if it was a best of 3, DRG would have taken it. He would have taken the best of 3 then and there. But here we go, the pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. It is DRG. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, looking to tie up this series, looking to force the ace match. It is Beyond. Again, a wild 2-base all-in out of Beyond. Not the first time we've seen Beyond be hyper-aggressive. He's done it before. But now we are going for something a little bit different. Something hyper-greedy because there is no Rax. What do we have instead? A CC first. CC first out of Beyond. Very greedy, very economic. And this is something that we see a lot of specifically on this map. We are loading into Alkiona, of course, one of the largest maps in the map pool. Very long rush distance, a lot of bases, very macro-oriented. So this is one of the maps where you can get away with this. We've seen a lot of CC first from Terrans against Zergs. I'm brought back to Spirit last night, but to be fair, Spirit goes CC first every game, whenever he can. He's an animal. He's an animal like that. Meanwhile, this is interesting. So it's going to be a CC first into not just a 2 Rax. I'm imagining a 3rd Rax behind this as well. We could even go up to 4 Raxes. Show us what you got. Show us how many Raxes Beyond as the first 2 are finishing up. Now going to be finishing up here. Behind this, it is going to be a hatch gas pool standard open out of DRG. Should be leading into a 3rd base momentarily as well. And Beyond, what do you have? Yep, there it is. There's that 3rd Rax that we spoke about. We could even go up to 4 Axes. If it is going to be a 4 Axe, then we may just go for an all-in. So my eyes are definitely on. There we go. It is going to be a 4-Axe follow-up. Oh my god, Beyond. I haven't seen Beyond 4-Axe in, what, a couple of months? Since the last patch. Like, October of last year. Like 4 months ago. So, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a solid, 4-Axe out of Beyond. At least from my memory. Maybe I've casted him to it recently. It's been a while though, been a while. So the way this works is that we are building up a hefty bio army. Now this technically isn't an all-in. You can transition out of this, but very committed here. We're building up a massive bio army. We're going to be hitting a timing with stim. We're going to be hitting a very strong stim timing, and every stim counts. As you can imagine, we are going to be pushing without medevacs. No medevacs here for Beyond, which means every stim is going to be killing us. We cannot waste them. We have to preserve them. We have to use them wisely. I believe we should have like 2 stims available. 2 stims for Beyond's army, and then we're tapped out. Now, because we're committing so hard, because the 3rd CC is so late, this has to do damage. This has to get into a mineral line, maybe kill a base, maybe reset the queen count. We need to trade well here. If we don't, it's over. If we don't, then we will fall behind. And here we go. We are going to be getting ready for the move outs. Combat Shield's going to be on the way behind this as well. So we do have those 2 upgrades with this force. Just massing up the Marines. Ling Scout does confirm the Marines, but really with the amount of Marines that we've seen, it could just be a 2-on-1. Like, for all DRG knows, it could be a 2-on-1, which should be moving out soon. Likewise, so should this. Still only see Marines. The Overlord hasn't seen much either. Lings are amassing. Queens are on the way. Baleen Nest. Safety Baleen Nest here from DRG. Oh, but here we go. It's the all-in version. We're pulling the boys. It's all or nothing. Beyond. It all ends here. Either he wins the game and we force an ace match, or he gets knocked out. It all comes down to this one attack, this one push. And Balings are too late. This Baleen Nest is far too late. The boys are being pulled. We're pulling away. We're giving up the 3rd. Wise choice. Wise choice here from DRG. The Lings, they catch reinforcements. They catch out a good chunk of Marines. Big moment here for DRG. Half the Marines will be going down. The other half pushes in. I should say a 3rd of the Marines go down. We focus on a queen. And we're going for a 2nd queen as well. Hatchery is soaking some shots. Oh, the boys being dragged into the army. Oh my god, 7 drones go down. And here we go, we get us around. Links from behind, drones from the center. Good stutter stepping here from the queens. And we're losing drones, but it doesn't matter because we've cleaned up every single SCV. A very methodical play here out of DRG. He took it slow, took it steady, and he will clean everything up. Bjorn doesn't have enough. The Marines go down, 18 SCVs as well, and DRG will hold. He responds with a Spire. He's crazy. We do have a Spire follow-up. DRG has held, he's up, he's got almost double the worker count, double the economy. And Bjorn has got 5 SCVs, now 6 SCVs here at the natural. As we mentioned, this had to do damage without pulling the boys. With pulling the boys, that had to end the game. That had to end the game, and it didn't. And now Bjorn, he's in a terrible position. Now we have double E-base for 1-1. Factory production into starports, into medevacs. The Spire play is really risky. So risky here at a DRG, but you know, high risk, high reward. Bjorn isn't going to be moving out. So, oh, my apology. He pulled the boys again. He's pulling the boys a second time. Before 1-1. 1-1 just started. He's crazy. The boys. The Homono, is that you? I do know that Bjorn has been watching Homono. I know that Homono, he told me that Bjorn was copying some of his builds. The boys have been pulled. We collapse here on the queens. Clutch transfuse. Oh my god, the queens, they survive. 2 of them finally go down. We get a third, we get a 4th queen. Oh, we're snowballing out of control. Where are the lings? The boys have to be pulled once again. Worker on worker action. The lings, they come in as well. That it looks like DRG will once again clean this up. Spine crawler repositioning. And DRG holds for a second time, still maintaining his economic lead. Bjorn still far behind in the workers. The question becomes, do we pull the boys a 3rd time? Do we pull the boys a 3rd time, Bappy? Oh, I think we do. But mutas are on the way. Now, I'm torn by the mutas. I'm very torn because Marines shoot up, and there's a lot of Marines. But if we can cripple the economy, if we can, looks like the Spire was scouted with the push. Bjorn is getting ready. Turrets are on the way. 1 in the main, 1 in the natural. These mutas are going to have a hard time finding damage. They can maybe find the medevacs. Maybe. But you have to be very careful. These are expensive units here for DRG. You cannot throw them away. So we catch the Marines. Marines going to be going down. We pull the boys a 3rd time. Oh my god. Bjorn, you need to stop watching Horn Mono. Stop it. But here we go. The boys have been pulled for a 3rd time. Bjorn reinforcing with Cyclones, with Medevacs, Marines. Here we go. No Banelings whatsoever here. It looks like the Baneling nest was cancelled. Was it killed? No, it was killed. My apologies. Only Ling, Queen, and Muta. We collapse on the army. Muta's going ham. They're being targeted down. That's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of Marines. The Mutas are struggling. But it looks like, do we have enough on the ground? DRG barely forces back the army. Kills 7 workers. We'll pull back. Soon, Bjorn is going to be picking up his main and landing it here at his 3rd. Or he could even take the gold. The boys, they come back home. The boys, they do come back home here to continue mining. Bjorn moving out once again, this time with that Cyclone. Again, we do have mass muta to defend. 13 mutas and 41 lings. Bjorn stutter stepping forward, takes control of the 3rd base. We collapse on this position. Yeah, the muta's going ham. The lings as well. And that's all she wrote. That's all we have left. GG gets called. DRG. Dongregyu does it. He takes the series 2-0. He gets his revenge. He gets his revenge for the IEM Katowice qualifiers, and he takes down Bjorn, eliminates him from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. DRG, he survives. A hyper-aggressive style here out of Bjorn. That build, by the way, in game 2, 100%. That's a home mono build. Home mono, he messaged me a week ago. I want to say a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, before I am. And he told me that Bjorn was starting to use some of his builds. For those that don't know, home mono, he's another Korean Terran. He's a Korean Terran player, and he's hyper aggressive. And Bjorn has been playing around with some of his all-ins, clearly. And game 2, that is a home mono build that he does whip out from time to time. So Bjorn having a bit of fun, trying to refine himself, trying to broaden his horizons, but alas, he is going to be punished. And DRG does advance on to the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. It is going to be something that I was not expecting, a ZVZ. A ZVZ finals between Dark and DRG. Again, Dark was coming in as one of the favorites, but Dongregyu also comes in out of left field. And yeah, comes in, takes down Bjorn, advances on to the finals as well. Again, DRG, he's deserving to be on the team. He's deserving recognition. Unfortunately, he just hasn't had it here. It's been a while. He was once on Team NV, but has been a free agent looking for a place to call home. Hasn't found it yet, but I'm sure will. I'm sure he will. Fingers crossed, Pappy. Fingers crossed. As we're getting ready for our best of 5 grand finals, how will this story end? Honestly, this could go either way. This could go either way here. We have seen, especially Zerg players like Shin slip Dark up. We have seen DRG beat Dark before. I want to say December, maybe November of last year. We casted DRG versus Dark in an ESL Open Cup. Specifically, I believe it was ESL Open Cup Americas. And DRG specifically was able to beat Dark with 15-15s. Basically, DRG was able to fake out 2-base Roach play and go for Ling Floods. Go for Ling Bane all-ins and Ling Floods over and over again. And he was able to deceive Dark and catch him with his pants down. That was a couple of months ago, though. That was a couple of months ago, and since then, again, you know, Dark is that much more adept at scouting and recognizing that and figuring that out. So we'll see what kind of back and forth they have. We'll see if they have a back and forth as well. Honmono is on Team Hyper 1 at the moment, no? Yes, he's on Team Hyper 1. Honmono is the cheesiest Terran player in all of South Korea, just so you know. He is the cheesiest Terran player. And he also comes up with his own builds. He comes up with his own builds, and he's got a lot of different all-ins. A lot of all-ins. Some of them are better than others, is what I will say. But I do appreciate that Bjorn is exploring them a little bit. Fun fact, this is what I love out of Bjorn, is that he's willing to modify. He's willing to, like, learn from other players, take builds, and make them his own. Fun fact, the Bjorn opener, for example, the Bjorn, the popularized by Bjorn 2-Rax Reaper opener, that has become a staple now in TVZ, that was taken by Special. Special started that, and both Bjorn and Maru 2 years ago now, it was in 2022, in November of 2022, they took that opener from Special, and then they made it their own. They refined it, they worked through the kinks, and they turned it into what it is now. But again, it did originate from Special. Likewise, we could maybe see that here from some of these builds. We'll see. We'll see if Bjorn is able to cook with Homeowner's builds. Regardless, here we go. We do have our finals ahead of us. It's going to be that ZVZ, and game 1 is on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. Make sure everything is set up as we get into Los Grand Finales, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless, looking for a team deserving to be on 1, it is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, going for a 15-15. Speaking of that build, as we mentioned earlier, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Talon have been doing a great job on Twitter with their Dark memes. I do love it. I've noticed it as well. I do love that it looks like Talon Esports, they had like a photo shoot. They had a photo shoot with Dark. And they're doing a really good job promoting him. I do appreciate it a lot. That's something that's the Chinese teams don't do, like Dragon Kaizi Gaming, before them Brave Star Gaming, Triumphant Song Gaming, Starlight Twinkle, Mystery Gaming, is that a lot of these Chinese teams, they don't have a presence on social media for obvious reasons, but they don't have a presence on social media. So they don't really promote their players too much. They're really good teams and they support their players monetarily quite well. But when it comes to, like, again, promoting their players and spreading the word and engaging with the community, they don't really do that at all. They don't really do that much at all. Which is what I do appreciate out of Talon as well. Big shout out to Talon Esports. Good stuff. Good stuff. As Dark is going for a 15-15, a very safe opener here by Dark. We briefly mentioned this earlier. Now, a 15-15 gives you a faster hatchery, gives you a faster spawning pool. It does lead to delayed gases. You can see here that the gas was just now taken. DRG does have a gas lead. As a result, this opener typically leads into 2-base roach. Typically leads into a roach spawn, an evo chamber. We wall off on 2 bases, and we stay on 2 bases. Link speed usually is skipped here, but we'll see if Dark goes for a different variation if he tries to catch DRG off guard. Meanwhile, our blue Zerg player, hatch gas pool, standard opener, link speed is on the way. Again, because the red Zerg player will have a big deficit when it comes to this link speed timing, usually you skip it. You just skip link speed and just go straight into roaches. Ooh, but no, link speed is still on the way. Bold move by Dark. Again, his links, there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window where DRG has link speed over his opponent. So we'll see if Dark can actually establish a 3rd base. I am curious. As behind this, DRG, he's getting his 3rd. He has map control. He went for a standard opener. And Dark is stuck on 2 bases. Eva Chambers on the way. Dark massing his queens. Sorry, he's massing lings. Here it is. He's going for a ling flood. 16 lings are on the way. And we are walling off on 2 bases. So this is what I mentioned before. We should be seeing a roach warren here. So basically, Dark is faking out 2-base roach. This is how Dark lost against DRG, as I mentioned before in their ESL Open Cup Americas match. So Dark, he's faking out 2-base roach. He's hiding his lings. He's massing lings at the natural, massing lings in his main base. And DRG, because it looks like 2-base roach, no baleen nest. No baleen nest here from DRG because there's no reason to get a baleen nest. And he's about to be caught with his pants down. We're about to pull the trigger, and Dark is going to send lings across the map. And this is going to be a tough hold for DRG. Not impossible, but tough. And here we go. We're pulling it. We're pulling the trigger. We're sending it. As lings are flooding across the map, DRG does see he's walling off. Does pull his queens back. He evacuates his 3rd base. He knows that he cannot defend the 3rd. And will hold on to the natural. 3rd base is going to be going down. We do get eyes on the wall. Behind this, Dark should be droning. He won't be able to kill DRG. Oh, as he gets on top of the 3rd. Dark, he will hold on to that 3rd base. Does get a kill on the 3rd of his opponent. And just like that, Dark has a lead when it comes to his 3rd base. Oh my god. Looks like we had a bit of latency. Ooh, looks like maybe Dave was lagging, unfortunately. But here we go. Lings, they do threaten a dive. Good positioning here by DRG. Roaches should be on the horizon here. And DRG will defend his natural. Will defend the natural base. And Dark, he's going to have the lead when it comes to his 3rd. Oh! Delays the 3rd even further. Gets a kill on the drone. Gets a kill on that worker. Engaging with the lings. I believe Dark... Oh, I was going to say he has the ling advantage, but he will be forced back. Behind this, we have 1-1 on the way for Roach production. Likewise, Dark only with one Evo chamber working on Carapace. Now, this Carapace timing could be for a Ling Roach all in. We do have a lair on the way. We're now taking our gases. Baneling Nest on the way here for Dark. Very interesting. I'm curious. I am curious. We're just now taking another Gas Geyser. Dark refusing to make any roaches. Are we going Muta? This could be a Spire here out of Dark. We'll see. As the lair is just now finishing. Lings, they continue to flood across the map. Once again, going for the third base. Ooh, won't quite get it. Will be forced back. DRG, he will hold, he will defend. Meanwhile, the lair is done. Overseer Scout doesn't see much, does see the lair. Overlords are on the way. +1 melee, not range. This should be Mutas, right? No, okay, no, okay, we cancel. This should be Mutas, but we cancel melee. We're going into range, we're going into Roach speed. We are transitioning into Roach v Roach. We're not spicing it up too much. But Dark does have a worker lead. Is ahead in the economy. Is ahead in the Lings. But DRG is ahead in the upgrades. He's already got 1-1, working on +2 range as we speak. Big upgrade advantage here, going towards Tunneling Claw Roaches. We don't have Burrow yet, but I'm sure we will soon. The Overseer is being forced back. There it is, Burrow is on the way. And the game is going to be settling from this point onward. It's going to be on Dark to defend. It's going to be on Dark to try to keep up here with the Roach aggression of DRG. Where DRG has potential to harass with those Tunneling Claw Roaches, and he also has the upgrade advantage. There's going to be a window where DRG has +2 and Dark doesn't. Oh boy. Overall though, because of the better economy, even though Dark's quality, the quality of Dark's army is going to be worse, the quantity is going to be better. He will have a larger army overall, and that may be enough to overcome and overwhelm DRG. Overseer Scout coming in, Tunneling Claws just now finishing. Does change how those roaches do look. Likewise, looks like Dark is getting ready for Baneling drops. Let's go. Dropper Lords are on the way. So Dark is going to be harassing in his own way with Dropper Lords. Likewise, DRG should soon be moving out with his roaches. +2 range on the way for Dark. There we go. As the Overseer dies, roaches are moving out across the map. The roaches towards the left, we have the main army towards the right, protecting the 4th base. Dropper Lord is going in towards the 3rd. Likewise, roaches still sharking around. And do we have a reaction out of DRG? No reaction! Delayed reaction here as we pull the boys away, but 10 workers go down. Good damage there from Dark. DRG still has those roaches lying in wait, but he doesn't go in yet. I mean, Dark is chilling back at home. Most likely, DRG, he's waiting for Dark to move out. If he sees the roach army of Dark move across the map, then he can counterattack. Ooh, but Dark, he's defending, and we're taking up in towards Hydra Lurker Viper. That's a Hydroden and an Infestation Wind on the way. Dark is maxed out, but he is not pushing. He's taking instead. Likewise, DRG, one step behind, but working towards his own Infestation Pit as well. Dark sees, he knows how late this pit is. He knows he has a tech advantage, and he can work towards Hive. There it is, Spine Crawlers on the way to defend against those Tunneling Claw Roaches. Hydrogen now being researched by DRG, but it's already done for Dark. He's already working on those upgrades. DRG does confirm. He does confirm the army's going to be clashing. DRG going to be poking in. I mean, he has to. He knows that he is behind. The upgraded advantage isn't there anymore. DRG forcing his way in whilst they will connect. Oh, they do crash into Dark's army. But Dark, he's stutter stepping forward. He gets on top of the Ravagers. We'll focus him down. Does eat some vials though. But again, DRG, he does come out worse for wear. Has to retreat. Dark remaxing on Roaches. There we go. Hydra's now on the way. Hive is about to finish Lurker Den in production for Dark. It is late though. This Lurker Den is late. I say it's late because the Hive is done, but we can't use the Hive. We can't make any upgrades. Instead, Vipers. Not too bad. Vipers are coming out. Nidus as well. Nidus is on the way. Changing Scout does confirm the Hive, does confirm the Lurker Gen that's faster than that of Dark's. And ZVZ, for those that are curious, it starts off with Ling Bane versus Ling Bane, into Roach v Roach, then into Lurker v Lurker, and the late game ZVZ is Viper versus Viper. We could get there. But now we're working towards the Lurkers. We're just trying to push in. Man, you haven't seen a late game ZVZ until you've seen like 15 Vipers versus 15 Vipers. Like, it's crazy. Where they yoink each other, they powerbomb each other, they're animals. But here we go. Ooh, Dark once again eating some of those vials. Is forced back. But we are replacing those Roaches with Hydras. Hydras on the way. Dark wants to leave some free supply for Lurker Tech. To morph in those Lunkers. Oh, as DRG does deny that center base. So we go Nidus towards the main base. Oh, and we do not have... No, we do have vision.
Under attack.
DRG, does he see? He's responding. He's racing back home. It looks like he should get here in time. Show us the vials. Ah. Nidus will fall. Okay, quick reaction there from DRG. Meanwhile, Lurkers are morphing in. We have 2 Lurkers so far. 3 more on the way. We have a Spore Forest, Spores, Spine Crawlers. We're droning. Lurker upgrades, and yeah, we're settling on into the late game. Towards the late game. We still are relying on these Roach heavy armies that we will soon get rid of. Nidus into the main. Roach run by on the right hand side, distracting DRG. The Lurkers, they finish up just in time, but show us the Blinding Clouds. Big Blinding Clouds here, big yoinks here from Dark. He does catch DRG out of position. And Dark does break through. Good trades here from our Red Zerg. Does lose 1 Lurker, but he killed 3. Killed 5, sorry. Oh my god. 5 Lurkers did go down. At the same time, DRG going for a counterattack, but the damage was done, and Dark, he already comes out ahead. DRG going for the Lurker Den. Trying to at least. Transfuse a little bit too good. Ooh, as we barely keep it alive. Barely does survive. Meanwhile, the Vipers are regathering energy. But you can see there, like, why this game turns into Viper versus Viper, because it's all about the spellcasters. If you have the Viper lead, then you can just eviscerate the Lurker counts. You can just pull everything up, blinding pad everything. Nidus does finish. GG gets called. It's just too much. DRG lost supply earlier. He lost his Lurker count, and with that, he cannot keep up. Dark takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Also, a big shout out to Jade, the Dolph himself. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? The Mech God. Jado. Thank you for subscribing for 27 months. That's a lot of months, papi. That's over 2 years of support. Thank you, papi. Thank you for the support. As always, ga, papi, ga. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. I apologize for not having a Terran in the finals, but alas, Bjorn decided to have a little bit too much fun, and he hung it up. If you know, you know. But with that, Dark does take a 1-0 lead here again. It was a chaotic start. It was a chaotic start with Dark going for the 15-15 into a hidden Ling Flood. In the follow-up, it was a bit of a shaky mid-game where DRG had certain advantages, but Dark was able to come in with the Bane drops, was able to stabilize on Roaches, tech up faster into Lurker tech, and was able to pick DRG apart, getting on top of those Lurkers ahead of time, and with that, GG. Again, DRG, he has some of the best, I would go as far as to say that DRG has the best ZVZ, sorry, the best late game ZVZ in Korea. I don't know if I want to say the world. I think Cyril has maybe better late game ZVZ, but I think I would say Dark has top 2 late game ZVZ in the world. I would say better than Solar, better than Shin, better than DRG, better than Raynor. Like, again, especially last season, if you were watching the channel, time and time again, we casted so many Dark ZVZs on Gressvan. This was last season. Gressvan was notorious for late game, and we saw a lot of split map, Lurker v Lurker, and Viper v Viper, like of ZVZ Dark, and just constant like 20-30 minute games. It was becoming a bit excessive. It was, but we saw a lot of late game from Dark in the ZVZ matchup, and it's so damn good. Oh. And he was getting there. He was getting there on Oceanborn. But now we're getting into game 2. We're getting to game number 2. Going to be on Solaris. Again, as a reminder, it's a best of 5, so plenty of opportunities to come back. Plenty of opportunities. Let's go. I've been playing only Mech versus Zerg lately. Don't at me. What do you mean lately? You mean last 2 years? What do you... Oh my god. Este Jado. ZVZ Finals, as our Lord and Savior David Kim would have wanted. True, true. David Kim, he's still influencing the meta, even now. And soon to be influencing Stormgate. Cap. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing himself, currently teamless, looking for a team. It is DRG. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player once again going for the 15-15, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. It is at 15 hatch into the 15 spawning pool. The same opener that Dark went for in game number 1. As you remember, in game 1, Dark, with this 15-15, he faked out a 2-base Roach opener and went for a Ling Flood. As we mentioned, because the gases are so much later for Dark with this build, with this opener, 2-base Roach is the standard. And I imagine here in game 2, he should be opening up 2-base Roach after faking it out and after going for a Ling Flood in game 1. I don't see him Ling Flooding 2 games in a row. That's typically not how you want to approach a series. Typically, your opposing player would be ready for that sort of thing. So, we'll see. We'll see what Dark does bring to the table. Catching up in the chat. Has Talon recruited anyone other than Dark? No. They have not. They don't need to be fair. As is being said in the chat by MJG, there's a lot of teams out there that only need to pick up one player if they don't really care about WTL. And most of these big teams don't care about WTL, so they're only investing into a single player for Gamers 8. As I think, if I recall correctly, in Gamers 8, if you're an organization, if you're an esports team, and if you have players in multiple esports at Gamers 8, then you gain a 500k bonus. I think it's $500,000 as a bonus for taking part in multiple esports. So that's why teams like Talon, teams like Cloud9, teams like Na'Vi, they've all invested into a single player in StarCraft just for the bonus, which makes sense. I mean, it's a pretty big payout. it's pretty substantial. Talon is his team? Yeah, Talon is his team. Team is Talon. So that's why a lot of these teams are just picking up singular players. There are teams like Twisted Minds, to be fair, teams like Twisted Minds, which did invest into a proper team to compete in WTL. If you remember Twisted Minds, they picked up Young Yankov, they picked up Nicarak. They don't have them anymore, but they did pick up like additional players to compete in WTL. With the next season of WTL, we'll see if any of these newer teams will invest. Otherwise, they'll just stick with one player. But yeah, just letting people know in the chat. Shin, he's been Shin for a while. Shin has been Shin for many months at this point. Many months. But yeah, we're getting into our ZVZ. This time, Dark, he is skipping Link Speed as to be expected. He's going to base Roach. Meanwhile, across the map, DRG is going for his Hatch Gas pool. He's skipping his Baneling Nest as he should and getting into Roach play himself. So we're skipping the Ling Bane portion of this game. Getting into Roaches. But yeah, for those who are unaware, Shin, he actually changed from Ragnarok to Shin last year in March, I want to say. The first season of WTL, whenever that was. The summer season of World Team League, if I recall correctly. It was either the summer season or the winter season. I'll have to double check. We do see DRG testing the walls, does deny the third base. Again, this is the downside of going for a 15-15, is that it is quite difficult to establish a third base here if you are Dark. You have to wait a little bit longer until you have a Roach force, and then you can expand. So Dark was being greedy, and he was punished for it. He was punished for that faster third. Or like, faster third for his build. Meanwhile, DRG has an economic lead. He's happily mining here on 3 bases. And DRG is Dark is investing quite a bit into these Roaches. He's got 6 more on the way. He's pushing. A very early attack here. We have Roach Speed about to kick in alongside +1. So a very strong timing. Dark is revealing his army to these Overlords and he's droning up behind this. So he's trying to force an overreaction. He's forcing DRG to make Roaches when DRG would otherwise want to drone. So you can see here, Dark, he pulls back. He pulls back with his Roaches. He's been droning up. And now DRG knows it's safe to drone. But this was a good way to catch up. As a result, Dark is only down 3 workers. If that. +2 is now on the way. Second Evo chamber. We're droning. Again, Dark still faking out any kind of, like, faking out these move outs. Trying to scare DRG. This is a big part of ZVZ, is kind of like a game of chicken, essentially. It's a game of chicken between our players, where both Dark and DRG, they want to try to force each other to spend their larva on drones instead of Roaches. Because of how the production works in ZVZ, your larva is quite valuable with how you use it. So you want to force your opponent to be inefficient. Ideally. You want to force your opponent to be inefficient. DRG rushing into really fast Hydrogen though. Oh my god. Even before 3-way saturation, he threw down that Hydrogen. With this, he can go into fast Lurker tech, which is very risky. So typically, it is considered unsafe to go for a fast Hydrogen, because for all the resources that you spend on Hydrogen, on Hydra upgrades, on Hydras themselves, you're not making Roaches, and you leave yourself vulnerable to an attack. You will be strictly behind in the Roach count compared to your opponents. So it is very risky here. Rocks are being knocked down. Dark just hyperfixated on Roach production. Tunneling claws on the way. Burrow as well. Lings, they do step in. Big scout here for DRG. He confirms no Spire, at least not that he's seen. No Hydroden. And DRG is getting away with these Hydras. Is getting away with them. Now, we don't want to overinvest. Ideally, you want a handful of Hydras just for map control, just to shut down Overlords. And more importantly, to morph into Lurkers. There it is. The Hydras have been revealed. Dark doubling down on roaches. Dark, he is doubling down. I wouldn't be surprised if he does throw down a Hydra of his own. Would not be surprised. Yeah, as we do see DRG going back into roaches. How many Hydras does he have? 9. 9 Hydras. That's quite a bit. Does supply block Dark. Dark just maxing out. Getting up to that 200 supply. We see DRG taking up in towards Hive Tech with that infestation pit. DRG trying to force his way in. Vials are going to be connecting. Yeah, they take down some of those Hydras. Dark establishing himself. Again, we shouldn't be replacing those Hydras here. I think this Hydrogen was just designed to be a blind counter to Aspire in case Dark was going mutas. And there we go. Now Lurker Den is on the way. The Lunkers are upon us. Until those Lurkers come out though, Dark does have a window. Does have a window that he can squeeze through. He can use to his advantage to break DRG here and now. Are decent files. Yeah, they do connect with the army of DRG. Dark coming up better here in this trade. He is forcing his way through. Again, really good files. DRG trying to buy time here for that Lurker and finish up 21 more roaches on the way. Dark, he does eat some vials. Dark, he's trying to force his way through, but with the defensive advantage, DRG should hold. Does barely hold on. And I'm a little bit surprised that Dark has refused to tech. He's refused to tech up. He's sticking with Roach Ravager. I mean, he also knows as well that the moments when DRG morphs in Lurkers, that is the moment when Dark can strike. That moment isn't here yet, and DRG started stepping forward. Pushes in towards the bases, can't beat the production, gets into the 4th base as well. And Dark, can we hold on? Can we hold? DRG is coming in from behind as well. It looks like DRG, he has too much. He's overwhelming his opponent. Ravagers are going down. And DRG has done it. GG gets caught. We didn't even need the Lurkers. They were on the horizon, but he barely breaks through. And DRG takes game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Again, it did look like Dark did overextend when he was moving out across the map, and Dark was playing pretty all in there. Again, he wasn't taking up towards Hive Tech himself or towards his own Lurkers. He was just sticking to his guns, sticking to Roach Ravager. And again, he was barely overextending, barely being caught out, losing a little bit too much in the process, and GG. GG, well played. We have a back and forth. We have a series. That's all I wanted out of these two players. Just wanted more back and forth here. And now we find ourselves in game 3 to determine who takes a lead in this series. As a reminder, it's a best of 5, so we still have some room to work with here. We have not reached an ace match. We have not reached an ace match yet. So we're getting into game 3. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have our blue Zerg player. Tying up the series 1-1, representing himself, looking for a team, deserving to be in one. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player going for a 12 pool. This is a little bit worrisome. 12 pool versus a 15-15. We have our red Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Let's go. I want to give the edge to DRG. So we spoke about this before. Okay, to wind it back a little bit here. DRG has been going for a Hatchgas pools this entire series. For the first time on Hecate, he's going for a 15-15. Makes sense. For those that are curious, the rush distance by ground on Hecate is actually quite short. It is a wide map. There's a lot of bases, that's true, but the rush distance is surprisingly short here. There is a narrow ramp at the outside the natural base, but that's not really going to come into play. Not here, not against these drones. Now, for the first time this series, because of this safe opener, DRG will have a faster spawning pool. That means faster queens, faster lings, a faster defense from DRG. This is unlucky for Dark. These lings shouldn't get too much damage done. Now, this is not an all-in. Dark is expanding behind this, but ideally, this is designed to kill drones. This is designed to kill, I want to say, like 3 workers, just a handful of workers to even up the drone count, and this leads into 2-base roach play. The downside here as well is that Dark will not have any gas to work with for quite some time. Going to be playing gasless for the foreseeable future, for the near future. Here we go. Lings have arrived. The hatchery is already done. Queens and lings are amassing. DRG, he saw the lings with his overlord. He's fully aware of what's going on. And the boys are being pulled. Again, this comes down to the control of DRG. As long as he minimizes his drone damage, his drone losses, then he should be okay. Up! One drone goes down. Big pickoff. Big pickoff already. Bit of a slip up there by DRG. We'll lose 1 worker. Can we get a couple more? We shouldn't be able to, as again, more lings have amassed. Drones are getting low. DRG, he does pull back. And there we go. A solid defense here. DRG, he maintains a 2-drone lead. And DRG's ahead. He's ahead here after the early game. Again, it was unlucky that DRG had gone for a 15-15 and that Dark had committed this game into a 12 pool. Like, that was just, yeah, really unlucky there. He rolled the dice a little bit. Did come out short. And as a result, DRG, he maintains a 2-worker lead. He has the gas lead. Ling speed is on the way, and we are amassing more lings. Dark has to wall off. He has to defend. Can he hold on back at home? Because DRG is ling flooding. We don't need to be honest. We don't need to. We could just drone. We could just drone up. We could just saturate. He's going all in. He's going for a Bane bust. Let's go. Bold move here. Dark should soon be working on his wall with Evo Chambers, with Roach Warren. This is going to be a tight execution from DRG. Here we go. As more lings are amassing, Dark trying to get a scout off. He won't see much. He gets shut down by the queens. Doesn't see anything. Dark, he's droning. He's droning up happily. He's got a handful of lings to work with. No wall, by the way. Uh-oh. And we're waiting for ling speed. We're waiting for ling speed, and DRG will pull the trigger. Banelings are on the way. Dark still droning. Ay. Is trying to scout with this ling, but again, the queens, they deny any kind of scouting. Dark rotating around. Lings, they're pulling out, they're coming out across the map, and Dark now sees them with his overlord. But it's too little too late. He needs to wall off. There it is. Immediate wall off from Dark. But the Banelings are here, and the HP is so low for these buildings. We will break through. The buildings go down. Late reaction out of Dark. And the Lings, we're snowballing out of control. DRG, he's looking to take a lead in this series. He's looking to shut Dark down. The second queen will fall. And we bust in. GG gets called. DRG takes the lead, takes a 2-1 lead here in the series, and is 1 game away from becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. He's so close. GG. Well played again. A very unlucky opener from Dark to go for the 12 pool there. Again, this is the first time this series that DRG went for a 15 hatch. And alas, again, that's why that build is can be so good on some of these smaller maps, because it is a very safe way to open up early queens, early lings, solid defense against something like a 12 pool. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 4. Again, DRG needs uno más, 1 more to close this out. And our next game is going to be on a very small map. We're loading in to Hard Lead. Let's go. Hard Lead, very short rush distance, or the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. Aggression is favored on Hard Lead. Any form of aggression. Doesn't just have to be a 12 pool, could be a 2-base all-in, could just be roach play, but aggression does hit across the map that much faster on this map. Here we go. We are getting into, oh god, we're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our blue Zerg player representing himself, leading the series 2-1. Uno mas, one more game is all he needs. It is DRG. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Also, I see someone in the chat. I see Kill in the chat. Shin is not here. Someone, I think that's why he suddenly spoke about Shin. Shin is not competing in this KSL. It is Dongreigu. Just to be fair, I don't think Shin is written anywhere, but it is DRG. It's DRG. The one true Dong, if you will. Feels bad, man. There's no more Dong wars. You know, Hydra isn't here anymore. J-Dong isn't here anymore. It's just DRG. The last Dong Zerg player. Ryang doesn't count. He's a 2 now. But here we go. Dark is going Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Dark. Likewise, a standard opener out of DRG. Both players mirroring each other, going Hatch Gas Pool. No 12 pools this time, no 13-12, no 15-15. Standard builds from everyone. Let's go. Oh, hello, señor Satsak. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Pikachu. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Welcome to our coverage of the KSL. We have made it again. A lot of amazing players were a part of this tournament, but they're fallen by the wayside. Classic got knocked out. Bjorn got knocked out. Oliveira as well. And it comes down to these 2 lone Zerg players, but there can be only one. Who will it be? Who will it be? Again, the pressure is on Dark to force the ace match. And so far, nothing out of the norm. This is the most standard start out of any game we've had so far. Out of all the games we've had so far in this finals, it is just Hatch Gas Pool. This should be leading into Banelings, before the Baneling Nest, into a 3rd base, then into a Baneling Nest, into Ling Bane Aggression, then into Roach Play. So we're calming things down here on Hard Lead. 3rd bases are being taken on time. For the first time for Dark, actually. Because game 1 and game 2, Dark opened up 15-15, and then in game 3, he 12-pulled. So for the first time, he can get his 3rd base up and running properly. Like, on time. Let's go. There's our Baneling Nest. No one is skipping out on Banelings. There are some Zerg players out there that try to be a little bit spicy, and they try to skip their Baneling Nest and go straight into Roaches. It is a risky thing to do, and neither one of our players will be taking that risk, thankfully. Oh, Jean Paul. Escribe en español. ¿Cuándo, papi? ¿Cuándo? Oh, hoy día no. Not today. We used to have Spanish intros. We used to have like Spanish introductions that we used to do every now and then. But it's been a while. It's been a while. Basically, ever since the Latin American weeklies died out, we haven't really done that too much, which is a shame. Maybe one day we'll bring it back. Maybe one day. Ooh, meanwhile, that is a very early Roach Warren from Dark. He has kept it hidden behind the natural base. Roach Warren now on the way for DRG, but there's a window. There's a window here that Dark can take advantage of. We have 8 Roaches in production. Lings are flooding out behind this. Dark, he's pulling the trigger. He's cutting workers at 26. 2-base all in. The 3rd base is just for Larva. 2-base all in out of Dark. And DRG has no idea. He's droning. Ooh, he's droning heavily. Droning up to 41. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go. We are pulling the trigger. We are moving out across the map. Lings and Roaches alike. Banelings are on the way. Dark, he's all in. And again, DRG, he did not read this until now. Spine Crawlers in production. Roach Warren just now finishing. We need more time. 7 roaches are on the way. They're in production. Good target firing out of DRG. Does focus down one of those banelings. Does focus down a baneling, but oh, we'll be losing a queen. Decent baneling connection. Spine crawlers, they need a little bit more time, and Dark, he will back off. Go straight for the third base. Dark doesn't like what he sees. Does see the wall of spine crawlers. He's content with the third base, and the third will go down. Should go down. Yeah, we can see DRG trying to break out. Does run into the roaches. Is slowly leapfrogging forward there with those spine crawlers, and the hatchery will die. And behind this, Dark is droning. Dark is droning. He's trying to catch back up. DRG, he survives. He does still have a worker lead, but no third base. No third base. No Evo chambers. No upgrades. Ooh, no lair either. So no big advantage other than the drone count, of course. Meanwhile, Dark, he's backing off again, droning up as best he can. His Evo chamber's on the way, and we're calming things down. Oh, DRG unfortunately supply blocked. 5 overlords in production. Gee, that's a lot of overlords. And do we go for a counter all in? And making 5 overlords like this is a little bit suspect. We're making roaches. We're not droning. Yeah, we're going for a counter all in. Let's go. Nothing but roaches in production. Now, how the turns do table. It's going to be a bit of a role reversal where Dark is droning happily, trying to claim his economic advantage. He's getting his third base up and running. He's up to 50 drones. Meanwhile, DRG hasn't made a single worker in quite some time. He's getting ready here for his own all-in. Dark, he's investing into upgrades, into lair tech, into more drones, droning up to 50. Oh my god. And we're even walling across the map with the spine crawler. The spines are coming. Again, show rush this to spike ground. You can do this. And can Dark hold? DRG pushing on forward. Banelings are on the way. Looking at the supplies here. We've got 21 roaches to the 15 of Dark. But the Banelings, oh, big connections. Banelings, they crash into the Lings. Dark, he comes forward with the Queens as well. He has a comparable army size. Queens are getting picked up. The spine crawlers are waddling in. They're coming. And Dark is being forced further and further back. The boys are being pulled before the spine crawlers can burrow. Dark, can he hold? With these reinforcements, he can. Lings are coming in. Roaches as well. And DRG, ooh, he's running out of steam. He's running out of roaches, and he was completely all in. Lings, they're trickling in from across the map. But Dark, he has too much. He has far too much here. Did lose 14 workers, but he's still up in drones. And DRG backs off. He's trying to resaturate his bases. He's trying to transition out of this. But here comes Dark. Fun fact, Dark, he did not cancel his lair, but he did cancel +1. He canceled +1 range for the defense. Took it very seriously. Ooh, and Dark, he isn't committing to his counterattack. He's pulling back. Ooh, getting surrounded. And Dark is going for a Spire. Going for the Spire. I love how he's making use of that lair. Again, this was a hatch tech all-in from DRG. So Dark has a massive lead with that tech. And with it, we have Mutas on the horizon. Dark turning back around. DRG, he's just droning. He's not massing roaches. And because DRG is calming down, he won't have anything to deal with that Spire. The lair is about to finish. We need a scout. We need an Overseer scout. And even if we do scouts, can we get ready for those Mutas? The lair is now done. We need an Overseer. Fappy. We need a scout. I mean, it's a tough position to be in because we want to drone as much as we can. We don't want to waste resources on something like an Overseer. But DRG is in the dark. Is focusing on roach production. There it is. Overseer's on the way. On the right-hand side. Ooh, I was hoping it would be the Overlord on the left to scout the main. It's going to be a late scout for DRG. Overseer's morphed in. is going to be pulled back. Changeling scouts the third. We're checking saturation. We do confirm that we have drone. That is true. We confirm the gases at least. That is something. But there's no tell of the mutas. Not yet. And here it is. The mutas, they have arrived. They have revealed themselves. Spores now on the way. GG gets called. There's no answer to the mutas, and Dark will tie up the series 2-2. We're going to the ace match. We are going the distance here, all the way to game 5. What a wild game. Just back and forth, all in after all in. First it was Dark's turn, then DRG's. Again, the DRG just barely wasn't able to break through. Dark was at least able to trade with the Roach army and kill the third. DRG wasn't able to accomplish anything. He was able to kill drones, which almost tied up the worker count, but Dark still had a tech lead. And again, with that tech lead, smart move to go for the Spire, to go for the mutas. And DRG just had no answer. And with that, we are going to game 5. Going all the way to game number 5. Let's go. He has a lair too. DRG's lair was still in production when the Spire was on the way. So it was a late lair from DRG, which is why the scout was late, or the Overseer scout was late. And unfortunately, we never saw the Spire. We never saw the Spire with the Overseer. We never got in. GG, well played. And with that, game 5, it all comes down to the ace match on, oh my god, Golden Aura. Oh boy, quite a congested map. Not a lot of bases on Golden Aura. Not a lot of room to work with either. Your 3-base setup is very close together, so a pretty defendable 3-base setup, but short rush distance by ground. This is going to be an interesting one. Not a bad map for 15-15s, is what I will say. And here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series, of the tournament of the grand finals. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Zerg, the blue Zerg. It is DRG. Making his way through Beyond, making it to the ace match, having the run of his life here in this KSL. Can he keep it up? Can he close it up here? I mean, he's up against one of the best. He's up against the best Zerg player in South Korea. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Forcing that ace match, and I don't see an extractor trick. No one is going for the 15-15. We are going the hatch first. Hatch first out of DRG, hatch first out of Dark. We're calming things down. Another standard opener here for both players. Let's go. It's going to be hatch gas pull from both DRG and Dark. And behind this, we should be getting into a third base, into Banelings. We should be getting a relatively standard start to the game. But we need to keep a better eye on the Roach timings, on the Roach Warren. We saw that last game, Dark threw it down very early on. He cut workers at, what was it, 26? 29? Cut workers at sub 30, essentially. And Dark did go for an all-in. Have to keep an eye out for the Roach timings from both Dark and DRG here in the ace match. Again, Roach aggression can be quite favored, especially early on. This third base, though, is quite defendable once we get up to a 3-base economy. The reason for this is, one, it's very close to the natural, so reinforcements do not take long at all to get to the third. On top of that, there's a ramp coming into the third, and it is a very narrow ramp as well, so very difficult to force your way up this if there's a wall of roaches waiting for you. You can, of course, bypass this ramp and go on the right-hand side, but likewise, this isn't the widest of ramps, or sorry, this isn't the widest of entry points either. It's also quite narrow, and likewise, also very close to the natural and third base, so very defendable as well. The fourth is more exposed, especially with these rocks being knocked down, so when we get up to 4 bases, we can pull each other apart, but our 3-base setup is very well fortified. If we can get to 3 bases. You can see DRG making his first wave of lings. Dark, he's being a little bit greedy here. He only makes 2 lings, going for his third. Though Dark will have a slight drone lead here in the early game. Lings have arrived. Oh. Good link control there out of DRG. Does apply pressure to this third base. Baneling Nest is on the way for both DRG and Dark. No one is skipping out on Banelings, thankfully. No one is skipping that nest. And we do manage to nibble away at the third. Could be impactful later on. Could be. As the third base is going to be softened up. And for the most part, we are just settling on in towards our mid game. The question becomes now is how hard do we commit to Ling Bane aggression? Do we just make a handful of Lings to defend, or do we make a surge of Lings to counterattack? Did you have a defensive Baneling here from Dark? Looks like he wants to drone. Likewise, DRG does confirm that Baneling, and DRG should take that as a sign to drone up as well. And there it is. Roach Horns are on the way at the same time for both DRG and Dark. And we are still droning. We're not going all in. So again, a very stable setup here so far. No one is being aggressive with Ling Bane. Technically, DRG is being more efficient. Dark did spend gas on this Baneling, and DRG hasn't wasted any gas yet. Has been preserving it. Ling see how it tries to get into the natural, doesn't get behind the mineral line. We don't know the Roach timing. Meanwhile, Roaches are on the way here for Dark and DRG. Again, both players playing very similarly, being pretty passive. Ling of DRG does get into the main. And does confirm the lack of lair. So far, Hatch Tech. Hatch Tech from both DRG and Dark. No one, there we go. No one has touched the lair until now. Dark is going for the lair. Meanwhile, DRG is making an extra pair of Roaches. Is droning. So it looks like DRG wants to fake out a push. Or just chilling back at home. Lings, they do get across the map. Yeah, Dark does move out for a moment there with his Roaches. But is droning, taking a fourth base. This is the most passive game of the entire series so far. Everyone's droning. we're all just making drones. We're all making gases. DRG is faking out a push. Dark does see this. And does Dark flinch is the question. Spine Crawler's on the way. Oh my god. Big reaction here out of Dark. 3 Spine Crawlers in production. He believes. And DRG turns back. Again, this was a fake out. Dark fell for it. Cancels all the Spine Crawlers. So again, an overreaction here out of Dark. And DRG is able to get a bit of a better economic lead out of it. So again, this is a big part of ZVZ. Because of Overlords, basically you see everything with Overlords. You even see these pushes. So you use the vision against your opponent and you fake pushes time and time again in ZVZ. Behind this, ooh, Spire. Okay. DRG going for a Spire, hidden in the natural. Unscouted so far. Dark did finish up one of the Spine Crawlers, throws it down at the third. Getting his fourth base. And setting up for Drop-a-Lord play. So Dark, he's committing to Roach Ravager, is going for some Baneling run-bys or Baneling drops. There we go, Banelings are on the way for those Drop-a-Lords. But more importantly, will Dark scout? Will he confirm the Spire? Because Spire will just shut down any kind of Drop-a-Lord play, will give DRG all the map control he could ever want. Changeling is coming in. Changeling is denied. Overseer scouts the main base, heads towards the natural as well, and we will confirm the Spire. Dark, he sees, he knows. Does confirm what's going on. Behind this, working on +2, working on Burrow. Drop-a-Lords are on the way, headed towards the third base and the main. And can DRG respond? I think it was in game number 3 where DRG took some Banelings to the face. Does respond in time. Queens, they are in position. And the Overlord, oh, it's so close. Does barely survive at the same time. Banelings, they get into the main. They are waddling in, but DRG does pull back in time. Good defense so far. Yeah, the Baileys, they don't kill anything. They do deny mining time. That is true. That's a lot of lost mining time for DRG. But he does preserve his workers. And the mutas, they can hunt down the overlords. Yeah, the overlords will fall. The Banelings as well. Good defense here from DRG. Dark is supply blocked. Oh, brutal moment here with the supply block. 6 overlords on the way. And these mutas will hunt down any other overlord they can as they come across another one in the center of the map. Another overlord will fall. And we can see that DRG doesn't overinvest. He made how many? 6 mutas? That is enough to one-shot drones. And only 6 mutas. From here, focusing on Roach Ravager. +2 range on the way, and DRG has maxed out. And because of all those dead overlords, Dark doesn't see the army. He doesn't see DRG coming, and Dark is out of position. He's here at the 3rd base, he's not at the 4th, and we could come in and snipe that hatchery. Dark is responding. We dive on the base. File's gonna be zoning back Dark, and the hatchery's taking a lot of hits. Files, they do connect on Dark. And it looks like Dark should force back the army. Did take a lot of damage at the same time. It was a bit of a distraction. Mutas did come in, but ooh, they get dealt with by the spores. DRG tries to force his way into the 4th base. Not able to make it in though. And Dark will hold. Does defend behind this. Hive. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen. DRG, he's transitioning away from Roaches, away from Spire, into Hydro Lurker Viper. Lurker Tech is on the horizon. Oh my god. The friendly fire. As DRG backs off. Working on that next step. And again, DRG, his goal here isn't to break Dark, it's to buy time for those lurkers. Meanwhile, Dark also working on his own lurker tech. Hydrogen's already done. Lurker Den is on the way. Dark getting a better engagement. And he collapses on the army. DRG overextending. Does have to retreat. Now, I'm a little bit concerned because I believe DRG, yeah, he hasn't started up his Lurker Den. He has a Hydra Den, which is nice, and he's working on the Hive, but he will actually be late to Lurkers, and Dark will catch up. So a bit of a role reversal, where DRG has the faster Hive for Viper Tech, Dark has the faster Lurker Den for Lurkers. Late Hive from Dark. So we'll see how these two do face off. Meanwhile, their economies are pretty stable. DRG with the better economy overall. Dark, he's down, what, 7 drones. Lurker Den now on the way for DRG. +3 range. Dark falling behind in the upgrades. And it looks like he won't actually make use of that Lurker Den. Oh, yeah, won't be making use of it. Doesn't have any Hydras. Looks like he's waiting for the Hive. So this early Lurker Den wasn't really worth it for Dark, as he's not making use of it. Let's see DRG working towards his own lurkers. We'll get there soon. Dark should have slightly faster lurker upgrades, but only slightly. It is going to be an advantage. The big thing that's worrying me is +3. Like, this is a big lead on +3 for DRG. It's going to be a big upgrade to overcome. Not impossible, but difficult. Starkey is denied his 5th. He's denied his 5th base. Does collapse on these Roaches. But as DRG bleeds out Roaches, we should be replacing them with Lurkers. For now, Hydras are on the way. DRG going to be engaging. Not taking the worst fight here. We are running thin on Roaches. We have to be careful. Hydras are quite fragile. There it is. Lurkers have been revealed. Sorry, Hydras have been revealed. DRG fully aware. Lurkers are on the way for both players. Do we have any Vipers for anyone? We do. Despite the later hive, Dark, he has 3 Vipers. And this is where I have to criticize DRG a little bit here. He had such a fast hive, but no Vipers whatsoever. No Vipers from DRG. Doesn't my hatchery. Pushing into lurkers here. DRG taking a lot of hits. Oh my god. A brutal push from him, but he does collapse here on top of some of these morphing in lurkers. We'll get 2. But here come the Vipers, and they yoink. Ooh, they look to yoink every single lurker. They need detection. They do need detection here. Overseers are on the way. Overseers are on the way. Dark now going to be joining up, turtling up on 4 bases. We have spores, a line of spores, a line of lurkers. Likewise, here on the right-hand side, doing the same thing. Dark, he is turtling up hard here. He knows that he had certain disadvantages, specifically +3. Like, he's waiting for +3 range to finish on up. Until then, he's stuck at home. And he's just building up his lurker Viper tech. Working on his 5th. Yeah, G not falling behind in the economy. He has his own Vipers. And this is where Dark thrives. I mentioned before, like, this was like halfway through the series, how Dark, at least in my opinion, has the best late game ZVZ in South Korea. Some of the best in the world. And this is where he's comfortable. He's more than comfortable to just turtle on up to wall off like this with lurkers, Vipers, spores. Nidus Worm is on the way to counterattack. Again, Dark is just turtling. And the goal for Dark without the Nidus Worm would just be to turtle up, to wall up, to absorb the attacks of DRG, and to then trigger a counterattack after he takes a good fight. After DRG takes a bad fight. With the Nidus Worm, we can kind of bypass that. Just zoom across the map. Here we go. We have 13 lurkers to the 7 of DRG. We have an additional lurker on the way. I do think that DRG has too many roaches and not enough lurkers. Do I ideally want more lurkers? The Viper count here, we have 5 Vipers for DRG, 3 for Dark. Eventually, we want to get rid of the excess Hydras and Roaches and replace them with Vipers and more lurkers. Ideally, as the game does progress. Dark taking another base, going for the Nidus into the main, but it is spotted. DRG does get eyes on it. He will shut it down. Barely in time. Have a rich harassing. Likewise, DRG's gold base is going to be found out. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Dark taking top right. DRG is on the way. He's looking to deny that hatchery. He will. Does force a cancel. And you can see here that Dark is moving out with his Roach Ravager because he wants to get rid of it. Wants to refine his army. Does take down a lurker. Not bad. You can see here as Dark bleeds out units, we're replacing them with more Vipers. Yeah, we spoke about it, but like, again, the most refined late game army is just pure Lurker Viper. We're getting there. 5 more Vipers on the way. Like, late game ZVZ becomes less about Lurkers and more about Vipers as time goes on. DRG pushing out. We do yoink in one of the Vipers. And another. We have the power bombs. So 2 Vipers go down for Dark. Likewise does connect with some parasitic bombs. All the Vipers taking a lot of damage. 2 go down, trading 2 for 2. And Dark replacing them with 4 more Vipers. Meanwhile, DRG trying to keep up. Trying to replace his own Vipers as well. It's all about the Viper pack. The way it works is that ideally you want to yoink in units into your own lurkers, and you want to parasitic bomb your opponent's Vipers as well. Dark coming in with a Roach counterattack. Does get a couple of drones. Doesn't quite get the hatchery, but again, he's just trying to trade as best he can. The time of roaches is come and go. We want to get rid of all of this. We want to throw this away. And we get a handful of workers. Before eventually being cleaned up. And this is something that DRG needs to do as well. Because he takes a rough fight here. Does get a lurker. Does get 2. We basically want to get rid of every single roach. DRG still has 15. Oof. That's a lot of supply. Like, roaches are inflated supply as well. So DRG's army is actually smaller than what it looks. The army supplies are similar, but Dark, he has a more efficient army. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, again, DRG, he has to get rid of this. At some point. How many Vipers? We have 10 Vipers from Dark. We have 8 from DRG. Now, when it comes to Viper control, typically you want your Vipers in 2 groups. You want them in 2 groups because of Parasitic Bomb. You want to be going in to powerbomb your opponents. You're going to get powerbombed yourself. But you don't want all your Vipers together. Which is why I believe Dark, yeah, he has 2 groups of 5. 2 groups of 5 here. 1 group in the main, the other group here on the front lines. You see DRG pushing right through the center, though. Does push through the center. Does make his way through a couple of these lurkers. Getting into the bases, but here comes Dark. The mass blinding clouds, the parasitic bombs as well. How good are the splits? Pretty good from Dark. Ooh, DRG clumps up. He clumps up the Vipers, and every single Viper going to be going down. 2 Vipers survive, 1 but not even. Every Viper falls. An awful fight for DRG, and he plummets in supply. He loses everything. Ay, ay, ay. Nidus into the main. The Hydras are lying in wait. Do you have a nice counterattack, though? A good counterattack from DRG. Catches out a couple of workers. Workers not quite in position. And the base will fall. But Dark is going to clean this up. And we can push. Now is the time to move out across the map. What do we have to defend? We have 6 lurkers back at home. Vipers, they need time. These fresh Vipers, they need time to gather up energy. And we're collapsing here in the center of the map. Lurkers on the way. Dark, he knows he has momentum. He can keep pushing. But there are lurkers. There are lurkers in position. The Spore Crawlers, they zone away the Vipers. And Dark cannot push in. And you could argue that maybe Dark was a little bit too excited because now he's stuck with a bunch of a bunch of Hydras, which is less than ideal. There it is. We do have enough supply. 11 lurkers on the way. Finding his army. Oh, Dark getting caught out. He has to get the hell out of here. Nidus Storm is on the way. Good concave here out of Dark. Can he escape? Ooh, barely does with a handful of Hydras. No detection. No shot. No detection. This one lurker going ham. Dark coming in from behind. Does take some power bombs to the face. But he catches out the army. Catches out these lurkers. Dark cleans up DRG for the 2nd time. Good cleanup there out of Dark. There we go. 7 more lurkers on the way. How many Vipers? We're down to 7. Not as many as we once had, but this is a very chaotic game. Like, this is less about lurker v lurker. Like, we have more of a mobile army from both players. Dark trying to re-drone. Dark still is working with a better bank. I will say that. He does have more bases, does have better mining. Ooh, catching out these overlords. It's a lot of lurkers behind this. Here we go. Here we go, we push our way in. Oh my god, if we push into a concave of lurkers, big blinding clouds here on the army once again. This was not the fight from DRG, as he's going to be losing everything. GG gets called. A brutal fight, heavily in favor of Dark, and Dark, he will take the series 3-2, becoming our KSL champion. GG. GG, well played. Again, such patient play out of Dark. We saw him just at one point completely just wall up with spores, with lurkers, and we spoke about it at the time. The way that Dark plays out late game ZVZ is that he plays, patiently, defensively. He waits for you to make a mistake, as we saw DRG make a couple of times there. He waits for his opponent to take a bad fight, and then he counterattacks. That happened multiple times there. DRG pushing into these entrenched positions, taking these brutal engagements, whether it was pushing into lurkers, whether it was losing all of his Vipers. Again, just really patient positional, or just really adept positional play out of Dark, which is what ZVZ turns into with those lurkers. And with that, Dark does take the series, is this week's KSL champion for number 44. GG, well played. Again, take Dark to the late game. Take him to the late game, and he can take it to almost anyone. I say almost anyone. Again, I have seen several late game ZVZ, which is pretty terrifying as well. But at least in Korea, Dark, he has the best. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations. But a big shout out to DRG. A big shout out to DRG because he made his way all the way to the finals. He took down Beyond. He took down Beyond to get here. And he didn't look too bad against Dark. He forced him to the ace match. Sure, the late game, the late game games were rough for DRG, but before that, when it came to the early to mid game, DRG was able to flex his skill and able to force that ace match in the end. So congratulations. Congratulations to both of our players. And a big shout out to everyone else involved, of course. KSL does pay out top 8. So Oliveira and Björn, they also walked away with some cash money. Same can be said for Nice, Cure, Classic, and Hon Mono as well. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations to our players. And if you enjoyed this broadcast, if you enjoyed this tournament, then be sure to tune in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to be back with KSL number 45. As a reminder, the Korean StarCraft League used to be a weekly. It used to be a weekly tournament. No longer. It is no longer a weekly tournament. The support for the KSL has subsided a little bit. It has kind of gone down over time. So as a result, this is now a bi-weekly. Every fortnight. Every fortnight we have a KSL instead. But it's still going strong and still, has a lot of support. And we're still here to bring you this KSL action. Also, exclamation mark KSL in the chat. Exclamation mark KSL. As you can support this tournament via Patreon. Shout out to SC2 in the chat. There's a command, Papi. There's a command. It's all good. I got you, Papi. I got you. But we do have a link to the Patreon in the chat, so you can support the KSL. You can support the Korean StarCraft League via Patreon if you so wish. Again, you don't need to, but if you do have excess resources, excess money, if you want to support StarCraft, the Patreon for KSL is the place to do it. It's all good, Papi. It's all good. It is all good. Has Dark swapped to a new team? I'm catching up in the chat. Yes, Dark did leave DragonKy Gaming and he has joined Talon Esports. Talon Esports instead. He does flinch. Catching on up. Because of military, yes, it is theorized that Dark did leave his previous team because of the military, but from my understanding, Talon Esports will be supporting Dark until Gamers 8. So for the next couple of months, until like July-ish, I want to say. I'm not sure the date of the Gamers 8 event. I think June, July, something like that. Gamers 8, Wikipedia 2024. Wait, it's called like the Esports World Cup, right? Esports World Cup. Let's see. It's on Wikipedia. It is to be determined. Okay. Lovely, lovely. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Show you guys in the chat. ESL brackets, Wikipedia, bam! There we go. Sorry, so I was just having a look at, it's called the Esports World Cup. So for those that are curious, it was Gamers 8 last year, and it's run by the same people. It's organized by the same people, but they do have a name change this year. It's going to be the Esports World Cup 2024. And I believe Dark is going to be supported until this tournament, which is basically the new World Championship. For those that maybe weren't aware, IM Katowice this year was not the end of the season. That was not the World Championship. World Championship is no longer at IEM. It is now here at the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. I was just checking if dates were here, and it looks like there's no confirmed date. We do have some qualified players. Of course, Cyril is... hold on, I'll zoom in. There we go. Cyril is going to be there. He qualified through ESL Masters Summer. Clem was our champion of ESL Winter. And we had Cure, Dark, and Maru from IM Katowice. Technically, Cyril also qualified from IM, but he qualified earlier. So they gave an extra seed, an extra slot to an extra player at IM. So Dark is going to be there. And again, from my understanding, Dark is going to be sponsored and he's going to be supported by Talon Esports at least until the Esports World Cup. So do look forward to it. Again, we still have yet to determine the rest of the players, and I don't think we have a confirmed date, or at least it's not here on Wikipedia. But like halfway through the year, like again, like June, July-ish, around then, maybe August, around then. But yeah. How is that decided what global championship is? So they came to an agreement. So ESL came to an agreement that IM Katowice wasn't going to be the world championship anymore, which means that people are still farming EPT points. Like there is like a reason for that. Like there's still EPT points being gathered by all these players. IM Katowice gave EPT points, and we're still gathering EPT points because there is going to be another tournament before the World Championship. There is DreamHack Dallas. So there's DreamHack Dallas, which is going to be... hold on. Is there a... there is a date for DreamHack Dallas, but there is going to be basically ESL Master Spring. This is DreamHack Dallas. So DreamHack Dallas is going to be in a couple of months, and that's where we get another seed, and then after DreamHack Dallas, we wrap up all the EPT points, we determine who gets qualified for the global finals, and then this will be the global finals. This is also why we mentioned before. That technically Oliveira is going to be the longest reigning world champion, because Oliveira is still the world champion from the last championship, obviously at IEM, and that's going to extend until this tournament. So Oliveira still hasn't been dethroned. Cyril may have won IM Katowice, but that was just a premier tournament. It had no relation to World Championship, not anymore. So yeah, fun fact. It's not the most important fun fact, but a fun fact nonetheless, that Oliveira will be the longest reigning world champion in StarCraft history because of this change. Confirmed GOAT, exactly. Confirmed. Ay, ay, ay. So, yeah, look forward to it. Do look forward to it. A lot of StarCraft to come in the next coming months, and the next coming years as well. It's gonna be a little bit wonky just because the next season of GSL is gonna be a seed for next year, not for this year. So it's a little bit lopsided with like the seasons of GSL and all that stuff. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Well, actually, I think this. No, sorry, my apologies. I think this next season of GSL also gives you EPT points for this. Yeah. It's fine. We'll figure it out. we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. But other than that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, in 2 weeks, we're gonna have the next KSL and our next broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings. What is our next broadcast? I'm not so sure. EPT. Okay, it's gonna be ESL Open Cup Asia in 2 days. In just under 48 hours, we're going to be live on this channel with ESL Open Cup Asia, so look forward to it. Look forward to it. The ESL Open Cups are back in swing, and a lot of our players are back at home. So Dark, Hero, Björn, Cure, Clem, they're all back at home. They're all rested up. They should all be going back on that grind and back on that weekly tournament grind as well. So look forward to it. They're going to be coming back starting in a couple of days. Otherwise, thank you so much for all the support. We'll see you guys in a couple of days for ESL Asia. I will most likely be streaming on my channel later on tonight, you know, in maybe a couple of hours. I'm gonna like take a rest. I'm gonna get some water, and maybe in a couple of hours I'm gonna be live on my own personal channel. If you're interested, I'm actually laddering for the first time on EU. I'm laddering for the first time on EU because I'm here in Europe. So my MMR is pretty fresh. So I've been like gaining like 100 MMR with each win, and we're settling on in. We're getting back into that grind set. I haven't laddered StarCraft in like 3 weeks, so I'm very rusty. I'm embarrassingly rusty. So if you want to tune in, you can do so on my own personal channel. I'm gonna try to work my way back up to Masters, to eventually Masters 2. And yeah, I'm curious what the EU ladder is like. I'm very curious, so I'm excited. I'm excited to experience the European ladder and smurge on the way. Smurge, bloody smurge. Time to dunk on these EU noobs. I mean, it's difficult because I'm to start making excuses already. I'm actually on my laptop because obviously I'm traveling, so I don't have my PC set up. So I'm playing on a laptop, and I've noticed, even before laddering, because of my setup right now, the microphone is actually in the way of like part of the monitor, and I have a really hard time seeing the minimap. So I've been missing, and I've been having late reactions to like mine drops and run-bys, and when I'm observing, when I'm casting, I've been missing some things. I've been slow to react, slower than normal, and missing things that I normally don't miss. And that's also applicable to playing on this laptop as well, where again the minimap is smaller and it's less noticeable, and it's not good. It's not good, Papi. It's not good. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll get back up there. We'll adapt. We'll adapt. I know people have hit GM on laptops before. It's fine. Shout out to Oreo. Oreo, for many years he would play on like a HP laptop, and I mean, he was one of our best. He's our best Zerg player in Australia, so there you go. But with that, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. On ping, laptop, Zerg underpowered, mouse lag, webcam in the way. True, everything. Jet lagged as well. You know, like the chair is too short, the table's too large. It's all the excuses. Yeah. What else? The house is on fire. But with that, thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. David King did. Yeah, David. Yeah, he did something as well, I'm sure. But I'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Till then, I saw there you go. Bye. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to send our support to. So stick around, give him a chance, give him some love. Until then, ciao.